SmackDown. And honestly, it made me want to go a little bit earlier. We started earlier for Raw, of course. So I wanted to make sure that we were starting a little bit earlier for this one as well, because, well, this is the big talking point, isn't it? We know that the big talking point at SummerSlam was Brock Lesnar. And we didn't get anything Brock on Monday. I don't think we're getting Brock tonight. We've got John Cena on the show, so we know we're going to be seeing John Cena. I think there was a video from Adam Pearce, which I have not had a chance to watch, but we can have a look at that, and we can have a look at the official preview as well. So, not much. John Cena appears after the Brock Lesnar's shocking attack at SummerSlam. And then also we've got Motor City Machine Guns taking on Talatonga and JC Mateo. So, Motor City Machine Guns against Talatonga and JC Mateo. I did see, as I said, I'm still in the process of kind of working through all of these notifications. Oh, what's this? There is reportedly talk of having 2 WrestleManias in 1 year, with one take place in Saudi Arabia. We've spoke about that before. Do you remember we said that this is a old rumor from years ago about having one WrestleMania kind of in America and then one WrestleMania being international? That can definitely get added because that was only put up 6 hours ago, but I've long heard that rumor. Brock was fully paid during his hiatus. Is that news? Probably. We'll put it in. Why not? Why not? I've already seen the scores for that. I think we're going to have too much for Unseen. I don't even need to click on that. Wrestle Oops is a fake account site. So that's a fake account. Every champion of the last few years. Blah, blah, blah. Austin Theory has been removed from... We know about that. We saw that on TV the other day. I'm trying to find this Adam Pearce thing. Let me just skim. Oh, yeah, I keep getting tagged in that. I don't personally take that as now he's on SmackDown. He was on SmackDown last week. He appeared last week on SmackDown. So it looks like he's got his SmackDown debut badge for his appearance last week. But I keep getting tagged in it because I think people keep thinking like he's now a SmackDown superstar. Right, Adam Pearce, where are you? Where are you? Maybe I just need to go to Adam Pearce. Here he is. Is it? Oh, it's Nick Aldis. Sorry, Nick Aldis. Here we go.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. It is your SmackDown General Manager, Nick Aldis, and we are set for a huge night here in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. It's the first SmackDown following a monumental SummerSlam. And if you watch SummerSlam, you know that some pretty major events took place on that night over that weekend. Not the least of which being that we have a new WWE champion. And that man will be in the house tonight. The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, the WWE champion, the new WWE champion, will be here tonight on SmackDown. And the man he defeated, John Cena, the Never Seen 17, he will also be in the house. He has requested some time, which I have granted to John, to address the occurrences that took place following the match at SummerSlam, where he was attacked by the returning Brock Lesnar. So it's a huge night, and on top of that, the Motor City Machine Guns will take on the MFTs, all that and so much more, live tonight, 8, 7 Central on USA and around the world on Netflix.
So it's the same, basically, as what was on the preview. It's just that they're saying that Cody is going to be on the show as well. So we know that we've got Cody. We know that we've got John. We know that we've got that tag match. And... yeah, so there we go. Not loads for us to kind of get giddy about. Not loads in the way of a preview, but, well, you know, we'll take what we can take. We'll take what we will take. Tom said, why would people think that Brock wouldn't be paid? If he's not been found guilty or anything, he'd be paid. That's how the contract works, says Tom. To be honest, I just think news is news. In this day and age, just anything that anyone can kind of put out there they'll just put out there. And, if people are like, oh, that's not really news, then, they won't worry about it because they're on to the next thing, aren't they? So there is a lot of just waffle that kind of gets put out as well. So, yeah, I was not really under the impression that he was not getting paid. I was under the impression he was getting paid. So, okay. Undercover Manager said, my personal feelings about it aside, the best way round the Brock situation is to have him do multiple attacks for a few weeks and make one of them be something involving a car or something, make it big, says Undercover Manager. Wrestlandy, hello. Daze, do you remember when people didn't like the network and threatened to cancel it? What do we think we have now that we'll wish we appreciated in the future? What do we think that we have now that we will appreciate in the future? Well, my first mind goes to, well, for us here, access, of course. I mean, we're seeing in America... I think a lot of people have got cable, haven't they? So I think a lot of people have got access to USA Network for SmackDown. And a lot of people have got Netflix. So that means, viewing Raw, SmackDown is, not a problem. But what if those TV networks what if a load closed down? Because to be honest, the way that the media landscape feels to me, it feels very thin, kind of very spread out and very thin. Like you've got so many platforms competing for everyone's attention. And it's the same with YouTube as well, isn't it? Like more and more people are doing YouTube, and that's really spreading everything out really, really thin. There's going to come a breaking point. There's going to come a point where, people are going to have to stop doing it. TV networks are going to have to stop operating, because you can't keep spending big money and have your viewership declining. Like, we all know the graph for TV is doing that, yeah? So we all know that, like, normal TV channels are in decline because now you've got streaming platforms, you've got YouTube. I mean, it's not even that. I mean, you've got video games that take longer than ever to play. So if you want to play, like, Elder Ring or whatever, I mean, that's going to take you 150 hours or whatever. Back in the day, a video game wouldn't have took up that amount of time. So, you've got video games that are getting longer than ever. Then you could sit down and watch people streaming them playing video games. So, I mean, you could just spend your life in a world of video games if you wanted to. And it's like, it's just everyone's battling for everyone's attention. So the point I'm making is, what if we start to have TV channels close, which I think absolutely we could. And what if we start seeing certain streaming platforms close? And then all of a sudden, the ones that can stick it out, the ones that can survive, they'll obviously be in a really healthy place. And, what if wrestling does not find its way to those platforms? And what if it starts going behind some sort of paywall? I mean, we're now seeing the PLEs going to, they were on the network. Now they're going to ESPN. I suppose the point I'm making is, what if Raw and SmackDown go behind some sort of paywall, and then all of a sudden you're just struggling to watch the kind of weekly product as well? I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, maybe we'll get to the point where even more adverts are inserted, and we're complaining now at the amount of ads, but in 10 years' time, it's just going to be so much worse. Maybe sponsorships are going to get worse. I mean, I can't imagine anything to do with the wrestling, or maybe celebrity involvement is going to get worse. Perhaps we'll look back at this time as being minimal celebrity involvement, and in the future that's just going to get crazy. So I don't know, I look at all the bad aspects and I just think, what would be bad? What would be bad? What would be bad if it kind of went further? Ticket prices going up, more expensive to watch the shows, more celebrity involvement, more sponsorships, more commercials. Those are the things that are, for me, like the bad aspects. And increase in those areas, we might look back at this being a good time. Connor said, do we think that we could see any of these 6 heel turns in Paris? Bianca Belair, Asuka, Kairi Sane, LA Knight, Nikki Bella, Nathan Frazier, Cody Rhodes. It's hard, isn't it? Because I don't know the cards. So without knowing the card and the feud, I mean, at the moment, Bianca's not on that show. Asuka's not on that show. Kairi's not on that show. I don't even think LA Knight's on that show at the moment, but it feels like he's going to be. Nikki Bella. I mean, it definitely feels like she's next for Becky, but I'm not expecting a heel turn from Nikki. I'm not expecting a heel turn from Nathan Frazier, and I'm not expecting a heel turn from Cody Rhodes. So at the moment, I'm going to have to say no. I'm not expecting any of those to turn heel, but half of them are not announced for that show at this stage, or it doesn't feel like they're going to be on that show. Daze, what would we do with Roman at Clash? Would it be a 6-man tag or a fatal 4-way or Roman Bronson? Feels like we might be heading to a short feud with Bronson and Roman because of the tribal thief stuff. Brony, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, for me personally, I would do the Roman Bronson. I mean, I just don't need singles guys in tag matches. I keep saying this. Like, what difference did that match at SummerSlam make? The Roman J versus Braun and Bronson match, what difference has that? It has made no difference whatsoever. The very kind of couple of nights later on Raw, you've still got Braun and Bronson causing chaos. You still have to have Roman kind of coming down to make the save. They still beat up Roman standing over him. That match might as well have not happened. It has made absolutely no difference whatsoever. And that was my concern going into that match, was that, it just didn't, it was just filler. I mean, it was just a way of getting Roman and Jay on the show and Braun and Bronson, and it ticked that box, and that's it. So rather than this being like a really good storyline that has actually got something at stake, like there was some sort of purpose to that match, we did the match, Roman and Jay win, nothing has changed, and it might as well have not happened. And that is always my concern when it comes to the fact that we are going to be doing those kind of single stars in tag matches, I mean, in my mind, I would like to think, and, maybe this is me being naive, but I would like to think that if you did Braun against Roman and Braun was to win, that would be huge for him in the singles division, because he's now got a win over Roman Reigns. And that, in my mind, means he should be closer to a title shot than Roman. Roman now, is kind of further down the pecking list. He's further away from a title. Didn't win at WrestleMania, and then he's gone and lost to Bron Breakker. Like, I would have the GM side kind of saying that, like, Roman, you're in a bad place at the moment. You've lost at WrestleMania. You've lost to Braun at SummerSlam. We don't see much of you, Roman. So when we do, you need to deliver wins. And actually then, those losses could matter. But with a tag match, it just doesn't, does it? Because he's not a tag team wrestler. So if I have to sit here and go, would I rather see a absolutely pointless 6-person tag match that's going to achieve nothing in the future? Or do I want to go down a road where we do a singles match, him against Bronson? And hopefully we can build around that and make it seem like it is important, yeah? Because that's a piece of work that has to be done as well. I'm not interested in Roman Bronson and then we all just carry on as if nothing matters. Like, these things, they should matter. They really should matter. So I would definitely do that match. I would probably have Seth say to Roman, if you want to get to me, if you want a shot at me, Roman, if your hatred for me is so strong that you're lying awake at night and you want to get in the ring and you just want to get your hands around my throat and you want to take this title away from me, I'll tell you how you can do it. You've got to beat Bronson Reed and you've got to beat Bron Breakker. And until you do those two things, until you beat them in a singles match, you ain't getting your hands on me or this championship. And so then all of a sudden Roman knows that to get his hands on Seth, he has got to beat those two first. And I would make that hard. I would make it hard for him to get the matches. When he does get the matches, I'd make it so that they are getting flipping like whatever, like finding a way of kind of getting through them so that he doesn't get the, maybe Seth says like you got to pin them or something. And perhaps he keeps winning by DQ, or perhaps he keeps winning by count out, or I'd do something where at least these matches mean something. Because as soon as he's beaten, say Bronson, he's got to beat Bron now. And now it's all eyes on Bron. I've got to beat Bron because I need to get to Seth. So I would make these matches matter. I would make these matches mean something for the greater good, rather than just some 6-person tag match that ain't going to mean diddly 24 hours later. Well, not even an hour later. It won't mean anything an hour later, will it, to be honest? So, yeah, I would definitely... And I think you're right as well, with the whole tribal thief and the Shula Fala and all that kind of stuff. I think there is a story there. I don't know about you, though, but it's him against Bronson. I don't know why it doesn't excite me more, but I think it's because Bronson's very cold. I mean, what has Bronson done? Do you remember when Bronson was in that feud with Braun Strowman and we were doing tsunamis on cars and we were going through walls and we were fighting around the arena and we were doing loads of like really exciting stuff? Like since Bronson's come back, we've done next to nothing that's exciting with Bronson. The most exciting thing he's done is steal Roman's shoes. And that's it. So we definitely need to get the kind of excitement back for Bronson. I'd love for Bronson to be, just going off, causing some trouble on his own. Or maybe Bron doing that. Just going off and like Heyman pulling his hair out because, oh my God, what are you doing? Like, you can't be just going off and doing this. Like, you're going to cause too many problems. We're going to have too many people coming after us. And like, they're trying to smarten up Bron. They're trying to smarten up Bronson because they're just wild animals. They're wrecking machines. And Heyman's like, look, you've got to stick to the plan. We can't be starting fires all over the place. And like, but they want to. They want to cause carnage. Like, there's so much more we could be doing creatively than what we're doing at the moment. I feel like it's all real, just simple, just straightforward stuff, when we could be mixing it up a little bit more. So yeah, the reason why I've given you such a long answer there is because I know that Roman Bronson is maybe not the most exciting match in the world, and I also have no confidence that WWE would book that match and make it feel important. I have no confidence that they would book that match and make it feel like this matters. Whoever wins this matters. I don't have any confidence that they would do that right now. And that is a big part of why I would do the singles match. I would book it and I would make it very clear why it matters and that it has got a bigger purpose in the story, But they'll probably end up doing a 6-person tag match. They'll probably end up doing that. Robert said, Daze, I'm surprised after all the attention that WWE got from firing R-Truth that we've now got Ron Killings, who's not been seen for quite some time. What's going on? I just don't think they have any creative for him. And I think that is actually a little bit understandable, right? I think the reason why that's a little bit understandable is because he was going to be let go, like, for real. And it was only when the fans, and it was only when the locker room said, no, we want him to stay, that he was able to stay. And I think there's just no creative there. They don't have any plans for him. They don't know what to do with him because there was no plan for him. He was genuinely being let go. And of course, once you've made that decision, and I don't know when that decision was made, you obviously look at the rest of your roster and you use those talents. And so I genuinely think we're in a situation where they don't know what to do with him. They have no plans for him. And not only that, he wants to stay and he wants to be a bit more of a badass. He wants to be Ron Killings with the cutting of the hair and all that sort of stuff. He doesn't want to be the comedy character that everyone loved. He has seen this as an opportunity to just do some stuff that he wants to do. Like, I've been given a second chance. Why do more of the same when I want to do more? My big regret is not that I didn't do enough comedy stuff. My big regret was that I wasn't more edgy. I wasn't more badass. You know, so if I'm going to get that second chance, I want to go more in that direction, which I can understand, but I just don't think, honestly, it's the best use of him. I don't think it's the best way to use him. I don't think that's what people were looking for. People weren't clamoring for him to stay because they wanted him to try and be a badass and super serious. They love the comedy. They love the entertainment he provides. So, I mean, WWE are in a real tricky situation now where they've got R-Truth staying even though they had no plans for him to stay. And now they got to try and find a way of booking him, but they can't even book him as the comedy guy that everyone loved. They've got to try and book him as this kind of badass. Honestly, I'd put him in a tag team. I'd find him a partner. I'd put him in a tag team. And I would, you know, kind of I would get him some TV time that way. I'd get him on TV and I'd get him some TV time that way. I don't know where I can get him to, but considering I have no plans for him right now, he can flesh out a tag division in the short term. Not long term, just short term. Maybe I can factor him into like a mid-card thing next year. WrestleMania season, you know. When I sit down and I start working on next year's plans, perhaps I can find like a really good story for him. And maybe it'd be around the mid-cards. At some point, I would definitely give him a World Heavyweight Championship opportunity, probably on Raw. You know, it'd be one of those where he comes out and talks about, like, he's been with the company this amount of years. He's only ever had this many opportunities at the world title. He wants an opportunity and, you know, he finds a way of getting one, earning one. Perhaps he gets inserted into a number one contenders match, and then that means in 2 weeks' time he gets a world title shot. And we do it on Raw rather than waiting for a PLE, or we do it on a Saturday night's main event. Yeah, I wouldn't do it at SummerSlam or WrestleMania, but I would do something along those lines. And that's definitely a little story that I could do that would eat up a month or something like that. Oh, he wouldn't win it, but he'd have a shot at it. And, you know, maybe I'd try and find him a mid-card sort of story and I'd do something like that. But to be honest with you, that's all probably next year. I mean, for the rest of this year, I don't think he's going to factor into anything. So it's going to be a case of what can we do with him in the short term. And for me, I'd probably just put him in a tag team, get him on TV, probably on Raw where the tag division needs a bit more fleshing out. You know, maybe do something there. And, you know, just get him on TV. And then next year, as we said, get some plans in place. Something along those lines. Daze, do we know who the other El Grande is? The one that's not Pete Dunne or Gable? Well, the online seems to be quite convinced that it is Tyler Bate. I've not seen anything that says it definitely is Tyler Bate. But definitely online, people seem to be thinking that it is Tyler Bate. Yeah, Tyler Bate is the front runner. Boom. Roman and R-Truth could tag together, said Glockness. They could be called the Truth Reigns, which is the name of Roman's old entrance song, said Glockness. Well, yeah, maybe. Again, I'm not sure what they've got planned for Roman. I don't know when Roman's around. I mean, he'll be around for Survivor Series. Maybe he goes away after that. I'm not sure when they've got him and when he goes. The problem with Roman is he only makes fleeting appearances. So he's not here week in, week out. That's the problem, really. So, you know, Roman's appearances as a result are a lot more important. We don't have him on a weekly basis, so that might be a barrier to putting him with R-Truth. But yeah, I would find him a partner, and as I said, just give him something to do in the short term. Where have the Wyatt Six gone? I would imagine they'll be on the show. They've not gone anywhere, but they were at SummerSlam at the weekends. They're on SmackDown, so I would imagine that we will see them tonight. So they haven't gone anywhere, but you could tell Cross and Truth tag team and have Scarlett as the manager, said Smurfy Tunes. Truth and Cross. That could be interesting. I wonder if there could be something to that. I mean, obviously, we still don't know the situation with Carrion. We spoke about that in Unseen. So you've got Dave Meltzer saying that a new contract has been offered. I don't think he said actually signed, but he did say it had been offered. And then you've got Carrion coming out saying that all he's heard is just a load of nonsense online. So he's kind of saying, no, that's not true. So obviously we don't know the truth. But again, I've kind of said all along, I will be absolutely shocked if Carrion does not stay with WWE. I just like, how often do you see crowds chanting wrestlers' names for people that are about to leave or lose their jobs? Like, you know, the whole "we want Cross" thing online, the chanting at WrestleMania, like Paul Heyman even talking about it. I mean, I think Ariel Helwani was like, you know, have the fans made their voices heard? And his response, oh, the fans have made their voices heard. Like the way he responded to that, it's like, oh, yes, it's definitely been noticed. This came from Paul Heyman on Ariel Helwani. His reaction was a reaction of, they've made their voices heard. So I think I feel personally quite confident that he's going to remain, but we'll have to see. I mean, there could be a lot of, you know, shenanigans where it's like insinuated that he's left and it's insinuated he's not got a new contract, and then ultimately it turns out he did long ago, you know. Turns out he actually signed a new deal back in March or something. Like, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. That wouldn't surprise me. I can't believe a wrestling fan like you doesn't realise that El Grande is Ludwig, says Harry. Well, that is one of them, yes. There are three, though. Rack said, Daze, you're my favourite wrestling YouTuber. Rack, shout out to you, buds. Shane said Penta is the one that's creating the Americano personas. He has beaten Gable, Ludwig, and Butch, says Shane. You think he's the one that's creating them? Glockness said bring back Sasha Banks, put her with Truth, and call them the legit Truth. The legit Truth. I tell you what, the mixed match challenge was a lot of fun. Like, the mixed match challenge was really, really good. So I would actually be really down if, if Speed is done, if they were to bring back the mixed match challenge, just thinking of putting, like, guys with girls and whatever. That would be really, really fun. They did that originally for Facebook and Facebook Live or Facebook Watch or whatever it's called. And it was really well received. People really enjoyed it. It was really funny. I think you can watch the episodes on Vault. I think they've got like one video that's got like a load of episodes kind of pushed together. And it was a tournament. So you had, I think, Asuka and AJ, was it? No, it was Miz and Asuka. Who was with AJ? Was that Charlotte, maybe? I think it was Jimmy and Naomi, of course. And so you had like all these mixed tag teams in this big tournament until we found whoever the winner was. And I didn't get a chance to watch them, to be honest, because they were on Facebook. I didn't know where the flip I was going on Facebook. So there's a lot of that I've still not seen, to be honest. But the bits that I have seen, the clips that were shared on X at the time, and the things that were shown on, Raw, SmackDown, whatever, the highlights and whatever, really fun. It was kind of very comedic stuff. It was very kind of house show kind of vibes. Not like super serious, getting in there, like doing all these holds. There was loads of like interaction with the crowds and nonsense, but it was fun. It was good fun. So I wouldn't be down on them bringing back something like that and us giving that another go. Maybe it could be a Speed replacement on X. Right, let's go down some of these super chats. So Joe said, always great to join all of you. How are you going, Daze? Monday will be the 30th anniversary of my 12th birthday. Are you going to sing to me? Oh, you wouldn't want that, to be honest, but that's not something that will make your day better. But on Monday, well, I wish you a very happy early birthday. I do like that. The 30th anniversary of your 12th birthday. Very good. Very good. I like that. So, Joe, shout out to you, my friends. We also have Marvland. Marvland said Bron needs to develop his own original character. Everything about him is stolen from his family or Goldberg. Has good in-ring, but is lacking in character. Yeah, I don't disagree. I think, to be honest, at the moment, they're just trying to build up certain aspects of him. I think the one thing they just want you to think about when you think about Bron is that he is the future. He's a multiple-time WrestleMania main eventer. They massively believe in him. He is a badass. And, you know, he's got a devastating spear. And they're just trying to make sure that I think they get those things over at, like, this point. And I think they're kind of doing that, and they've done that. I would say, though, that I just still look at Bron as being just beatable. I just think Roman against Bron, I just think that's Roman all day, every day. I don't know why. I don't know if it's size, but I really don't get like Brock vibes off Bron. Not even remotely close. Not even remotely close. So, you know, I know putting him with Heyman and stuff like that and having him in the group, having him on TV, all this kind of stuff is, you know, obviously a help. But, yeah, they're still struggling a little bit on that front. To be honest, I think what I need to see is him get big wins against big names. You know, maybe if I've seen him beat Punk, and I've seen him beat Roman, and I've seen him beat Cody, and I see him beat Gunther, and I see him get these big wins, then, you know, maybe I'll start to feel a little bit different, and maybe that'll build up his credibility. But at the moment, like, you put him in there with Roman, I expect Roman to win. I mean, put Bron Breakker in there with Brock Lesnar. Who do you think's going to win? I mean, I would say Brock would get that victory. I think Roman gets that victory. I think CM Punk gets that victory. Punk, I'd say, is a little bit closer because Punk will do the business. I think Punk will put future stars over. I think Punk would do the business, but and he's a little smaller in size, isn't he, Punk? So that makes it a bit closer. But yeah, I feel like there's quite a bit of work that needs to be done with Bron. And as you said, I'm talking about making him seem like a legit badass. And yeah, okay, you've done a good job of making me believe he could murk most of the mid card, but I'm still struggling to see him in the main event picture, beating up a Brock, beating up a Roman, etc. But in regards to his kind of character work, I agree. I don't even think we've done much there. It was nice when Seth was pretending to be injured that Bron kind of was being presented as his group, and he was kind of bending over Roman, trash talking. That was good, because that kind of made it seem like he's very confident in himself, kind of fleshed out a little bit more of his character. Also showed that he's quite happy to talk. He's comfortable talking. He's not just going to be this silent person that comes out and just murks people. He's not going to be like Solo when Solo was with Roman. Like, he's got some stuff to say. So, you know, there was that moment where he snatched the microphone from Heyman when it was meant to be Seth's time to talk. And then, of course, with Roman being down and Seth away, Bron was talking to him, oh, this used to be yours. This used to be your ring. That cameraman used to be your cameraman. This is my ring now. That's my cameraman now. These are my fans now. And it's things like that that are going to help, but we've not seen anywhere near enough of that sort of stuff. It's still early, though. I mean, it's not that I'm down on Bron. I mean, how can you be? Because they clearly see him as the future. But it's just, I can understand people looking at Bron going, no, I don't see this multiple-time WrestleMania main eventer right now. Because it would be like looking at John Cena when he was Prototype and struggling to see a WrestleMania multiple-time main eventer, you know? I feel like, yeah, there's a lot of work that's still needed in regards to his character and his aura. And I would even say his general presentation, I still think needs work. So I agree. But I think what WWE are most excited by is just the raw potential. That's what they see with Bron Breakker. They just see the raw potential. And listen, if Heyman's going to tell you this guy is the guy, you have to listen, don't you? You know, that does provide a lot of credibility. If Heyman says this is the guy, this is a multiple-time WrestleMania main eventer, you have to pay attention to that. Aaron, hello, my friend. Shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. Aaron said, hi, Daze. Hi, Aaron. Great streams last week with SummerSlam. It's been a strange week. I just think I'm going to enjoy what I see now, and I'll just enjoy the show. Hope you're well. Aaron, shout out to you, buds. I agree. A very strange week. I mean, we needed something out of SummerSlam. I'd say we definitely got it. You know, the kind of responses coming out of SummerSlam was that day one was kind of saved by the main event. And then I think day two was largely seen as the better day. I think the reason for that is because Cena Cody delivered, and actually Meltzer's given that match 5 stars, and TLC delivered. And so we got those 2 matches. Becky Lyra was bonkers. People were getting something from that. I mean, that has been... I actually did not see what Meltzer gave that match, which would be interesting, because obviously we have the very obvious zip tie botch. I've got the scores here, look. These are all the scores from Dave Meltzer for SummerSlam. So Sammy against Carrion got 1.5, which I think, where is the solo match? Oof, that means Sammy Carrion was the lowest rated match. Listen, I'm sorry, but Carrion has got a problem on this front, because we have seen enough of Sammy to know that his matches are excellent, but this feud was just bad. And it was bad going into this show as well. We said it just wasn't, the matches had not been good. And then we get to SummerSlam, and then according to Dave Meltzer, and according to Cage Match at the moment, delivered either the or one of the worst matches. This is a bit of a problem for Carrion, because obviously you want to see someone delivering, you know, on the opportunities they're given. He doesn't get many opportunities. So if you're going to get a chance to be on TV and you're going to have a match, you need to be delivering better scores than this, to be honest. So, but I'm just going to put it down to bad chemistry, because none of their matches delivered. And we know that Sammy can deliver better. I'm sure Carrion can deliver better, but yeah, all eyes will be if Carrion stays, and of course we want him to. All eyes going to be, is the match quality going to improve? Are we going to see better matches out of Karrion Kross? So that 1.5. Then, of course, where did I see Solo Jacob with 2? Tiffany Jade with 2. So not impressed with that match, not impressed with that match, not impressed with that match. Now, I think everything else is 3 or above. So Alexa and Charlotte against Raquel and Roxanne was a 3. Then we had Becky and Lyra 375. That's the same as the celebrity match. So 375, 375. I think we're done with 3s then. I think we then start moving on to 4s. Naomi, Rhea, Io, 4. I think that's probably fair. Roman, J, Bronson, 4. CM Punk, Gunther, 4.5, which I'm really surprised at, because I personally enjoyed that more than Cody and John, but I do agree with that as a score. I don't think Cody John's 5. You can't tell me that Cody Rhodes against John Cena is better than Undertaker Shawn Michaels. I mean, that's ludicrous. Undertaker Shawn Michaels from WrestleMania 25 is... I always have this problem, but that's regarded as like either the greatest or the second greatest, or maybe in some people's minds the third greatest, but in my mind it's the greatest WWE match. And Meltzer gave that 4.75. He did not give that 5 stars. Shawn Michaels, Undertaker, WrestleMania 25. And now here is giving Cody Rhodes, John Cena 5 stars. There is no way on God's green earth, no way that that match is better than Shawn Michaels, Undertaker. There is no way. Right? So I always get stuck on that. That'll forever be a thorn in my side. That's the fact that he gave that match 4.75 and not 5. He saw something in that match that stopped him from giving it 5 stars. but he didn't see anything in Cody and Cena that stopped him from giving that 5 stars. Because I can tell him a few things I saw that I wasn't blown away by in that match. So it was a very good match, but I don't know, 5 stars, pretty crazy, but whatever. Logan, we spoke about. Roman, we spoke about. The TLC match, 475. I'm not down on that, honestly. I mean, for me, I had that at 1, that at 2, that at 3. So, you know, his top 3 matches were my top 3 matches. We just had them in a slightly different order. And there's, you know, that wasn't 5 stars. And that wasn't 5 stars. So I can agree that, you know, they're kind of all there or thereabouts, but I would switch the order personally. So, yeah, he gave Becky Lyra 375, even with the cable tie botch. So I think a lot of people would say that second night was the better night. You had Becky Lyra, you had the TLC, you had Cody against John, you had the show opener with Naomi. So the Naomi match is as good as the Roman match. The 2 show openers got the same scores. So, you know, according to Meltzer, those 2 show openers were exactly the same. You could say the main events are largely the same, but Meltzer preferred night 2. I think, honestly, the difference maker is that TLC. I don't think there was anything on night 1 that was as good as that TLC. So that TLC, I think, made the difference and made night 2 the juicier night. And I think that it was, yeah, I mean, it was, there were so many talking points coming out of it. The cash-in, of course, Brock Lesnar, even just like going down these scores and if we agree with them or disagree with them or how we feel about them, because everyone's going to have their own opinions. Everyone's going to be like, no, it was 5 stars, or no, it wasn't, or this match was better, or can't believe he said this, can't believe he said that. Everyone's looking at the same things, seeing slightly different things, scoring things slightly different ways. And as a result, you know, this is where you get all the kind of chatter and opinions and all that sort of stuff. So no one's opinion is wrong. I mean, if you watched it and you believe that Sami Carrion was the best match, then, you know, as long as you can actively justify it and explain why and give good reasonings, then, you know, that's a valid opinion. So, yeah, it's I agree. Lots of talking points, lots coming out of SummerSlam, but, you know, maybe not all of it goods. There's definitely the Brock cloud, if you will. Curtis said, that is the fun of wrestling. Something you think is amazing can be seen as awful by someone else, says Curtis. Well, it's true, isn't it? It's true. I mean, that's why I think, you know, worrying about that sort of stuff is just not worth worrying about. I look at the ratings because it's just interesting to know like how it's going, how it's been received by other people, but it doesn't really change how I feel about things. I don't like look at a match, watch a match, think it's awful, see that other people love it, and then all of a sudden change my mind. Like, I know how I felt, I know why I felt it. And so, but actually I'm not drastically out with his scores. It's just little bits that for me I would tweak. But by and large, I do find myself agreeing with genuinely where a lot of those matches have fallen. So, right, lovely. Bora said, Daze, now that Cody is WWE champion again, do we think Randy is going to turn heel to be Cody's first challenger? I think Randy could RKO Jelly Roll tonight and turn heel. I think he will turn heel. Whether he'll turn heel and be the first challenger, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. But I do think that will be a future challenger. And that was something we've been looking for quite a while, actually. I think that is a perfect story, what with their backstory and their history. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that, you know, people keep pointing out we don't have loads of big heels for Cody to kind of go after at the moment, and I can sort of see that, but I think there's enough to get us through, certainly to WrestleMania. I think that there's, you know, for example, you got Drew, and you could do a program with Drew now to the end of the year, and then you could do a program with Randy as we head to WrestleMania. We don't know what we're doing with The Rock. I still think Cody Rock is a match that we need. And then you've got plenty of like heels around that can just provide little challenges. As we said, you know, we can always do a little program if we need to fill a few weeks or we need an opponent for a Saturday night's main event. We can always do something with Shinsuke, for example. There's plenty of heels of that kind of level, you know. So Gunther as well. I mean, I think Gunther could, in a draft, find himself going to SmackDown. And I think Gunther will be someone that challenges for the WWE Championship. I mean, why not? He's a 2-time World Heavyweight Champion. So why not turn his attention to the big title, the WWE one? So I think that, there's enough heels around. There's enough people around whereby we can certainly get through to WrestleMania. But, don't know, at that point, do we need to call some people up? Hopefully we will have built some others up. And we'll have to see where we are at that point. I don't think they massively look past WrestleMania when it comes to, like, real detail booking. I was listening to Paul Heyman when he was on Ariel Helwani, and he said when he goes into meetings, he wants to know, what does this year's WrestleMania look like? What does next year's look like? What does the year after look like? So he's got an idea, just a penciled outline as to what WrestleMania main events are going to look like over the next 3 years. So I do think they will have mentioned those and spoken about those, but they won't have like detailed plans on how they're going to get there and what the Rumble will look like lead into. I think they just talk about WrestleMania. So yeah, I think in regards to a bit of detail, they'll probably have some thoughts and some good idea. Who's winning the Rumble? Who's winning Chamber? What the WrestleMania card looks like. I think they'll have some rough sketchings. I don't think they'll have the whole thing worked out. Not until we start getting more November time, December time. But they'll have some rough ideas. They'll have an idea as to where they're going. But as I said, I think it'll really start falling into place November, December. And by the time you get to January, I mean, you need to know who's winning the Rumble at that point. So, I think they obviously have got enough to get us through that kind of WrestleMania season heel-wise. Gunther telling that fan that drove 9 hours to see him to spend their time better was hilarious. Yes, it was. I agree. Finley said Sammy versus Carrion was the best. I'll say why. Why? That's it. That's all Finley needs to say. Justified. Tyler said, Daze, I think that CM Punk Gunther was boring and disappointing. It was chops and not much else, says Tyler. I think that was the point, though. So, yeah, this is interesting because a lot of people would look at that and go, oh, it was a bit slow and it was a bit, there wasn't really much kind of flashy in there. It's just a lot of chops and all this sort of stuff. The way I look at it is that for me, as I said, I watch a lot of UFC, I watch a lot of boxing, and I watch a lot of like big fights. I mean, I watch a lot of world titles being defended, be that in UFC or be that in boxing. And for me, this had that. I felt like I was watching two people, genuinely the best two people battling to become world heavyweight champion. Of course, you could switch one out for Roman, you could switch one out for Cody or whatever, but Gunther, legit, yeah, badass, great heel. CM Punk calls himself best in the world. Is he a little bit past his prime now? Maybe, but still someone that I think the fans can believe is one of the greatest professional wrestlers in the world at this moment, right? Maybe not number one. Maybe not even number two, but certainly in the mix. And so to see those two just go into war, laying it into each other, chopping away, and for CM Punk to be like gassed and selling and struggling and just surviving is the word I would use. I mean, it really was Gunther dissecting CM Punk and taking him apart. And I do agree that you can pull 5 minutes out of it. This is why I would not say it was a 5-star match. But, Dave Meltzer's given it 4.5. That's still a really good score. A really, really good score. And for me, I agree you could take some time out of it. But I think what you saw was, and I spoke about this just after the match happened, that this was two people trying to show you that you don't need suicide dives, you don't need moonsaults. They were actually making a statement, which was, you don't need this flashy stuff, you don't need springboard moves coming off the ropes, you don't need all this stuff that you just get in excess. Strip it back, strip it all away, take it back to basics. Let's go back to what pro wrestling was, which is two people battling hard, making it seem as real as possible. And with those chops, they are real, right? Which upset Bret Hart. But strip all the nonsense away, strip all the faff away. Everything we're going to do because it's going to have a purpose. It's going to hurt our opponent. And we're going to show you that you don't need all that fluff. We're just going to show you the stake. I genuinely think that match is a statement. I genuinely think that match is those two going out there trying to show the world this is professional wrestling. This is what a professional wrestling match looks like. When you take all of the, nonsense away and the gymnastics away, this is two people battling to prove they are the best in the world. And, I don't remember necessarily anything that looked fake or phony or anything that looked off. It just looked like Gunther was beating up CM Punk, to be honest with you. That's how it looked. And that's how I think it was meant to look. It was meant to look like a real battle, like CM Punk was clinging on for dear life. And that message really came across to me, that he was beating him up and CM Punk was in big trouble. And you did get those dramatic kickouts where Gunther couldn't believe that it didn't put CM Punk away. And of course, what I appreciate as well is that they could have ruined the ending of that match by having the cash in during the match, because a little bit like Rhea and Io, they had an amazing match, but the finish is Naomi coming down, cashing in. And so, of course, you're sort of left wondering who would have won that match, who would have won out of Io and Rhea, which way would that match have gone? And so it's a little bit unsatisfying that you don't get the conclusion, because you're just forever wondering who would have won that night. In that amazing match that we saw between those two, who would have got the victory? And with CM Punk Gunther, we didn't even have that to wonder about. CM Punk manages to hit those two GTSs at the end, come back, hit those two GTSs and find a way to victory. So the guy that was beaten down, that had to hold on for so long, found a way of getting back into the match. That first GTS didn't put Gunther down. The second GTS did, and he was able to get the victory. And then, of course, after the match, have it stolen away from him with the cash-in. So I think that, as I said, you can take that Punk Gunther match, you can run that in the 20s, in the 30s, in the 40s, in the 50s, in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, in the 2000s. You could run that match in any of those eras, in any market. You could do it in Florida, you could do it in New York, you could run it in the UK, you could do it in Japan, because that is pro wrestling. What that was pro wrestling stripped back from all of its kind of faff. And, if for them to do that, and for it to get 4.5 from Dave Meltzer, and for it to get 8.6, I think, on Cage Match with like hundreds and hundreds of votes, not just like 6 votes, hundreds of votes. Might even be touching 1,000 votes now, last time I looked. 8.6 out of 10 from Cage Match, 4.5 stars from Dave Meltzer. Really high score from the community. I think you lot scored it all time, and I gave it a real high score as well. Like, for me, that is just a match that should be celebrated, honestly. I think to look at it and be bored means that you are maybe conditioned now to want the gymnastics and need the kind of springboard stuff. And I could understand that, because you get it so often. You get it so much these days. Every match has got that kind of aerial ability stuff. Every match has got that springboard. Every match has got a suicide dive. I mean, Jesus Christ, I'll give a match 5 stars if it doesn't have a suicide dive in it. Every match has got a suicide dive in it, right? It can have any match that can just give me something different that's not the same as everything else. And, the fact that they stripped it all back, I think, is something that should be celebrated, that it was a love letter to pro wrestling, and one that I really appreciated, honestly. So I'm going to use the word timeless. I think it was a timeless match. I think it could work in any era, any promotion. And I think that the fact that they did that and they had the balls to do that and not worry about that some people wouldn't like it, but they had the balls to do that match in the main event of SummerSlam as a love letter to pro wrestling, I think is something that, for me, I'm celebrating. And I'm like, yeah, man, let's go. Let's show how great pro wrestling is, where you just don't need the gymnastics. You don't need. It's nice to have them. Like, I'm not saying they don't contribute, but I'm just saying that there is another way, and that is, to take it all back to basics. So that's why, honestly, I really loved that match. It's why, to me, that match is one of my matches of the year. But I will also be the first to admit, I think it goes half an hour. You could take 5-8 minutes out of it, and I don't think the match suffers. I think that there was quite a bit of repetition that was in there. I can understand why people would struggle with that aspect of it. Like, I do get that. That is what prevents it from being 5 stars for me, is the fact that it just went a touch long, and that there was a touch in the middle that was repetitive, and the pacing of it was quite slow. But as I said, more about it that I liked than I didn't like. I actually think the 4.5 is really fair from Dave Meltzer. I think it's really fair. I'm actually not down on the 4.5. I think that's probably quite a fair score, but that still puts it up there with like the matches of the year for me. But Connor said, do we think we'll see any of these return? Bianca, Liv, Ray, Elia, Gunther, Brie, Tama, Rock. Do you agree? I don't know, but I don't know who's on the card, do I? I don't know who they're going to use on the cards. I mean, Elia should be coming back relatively soon. I think that he is close to a return. Whether they'll bring him back at Clash in Paris, I'm not sure. He wasn't really the biggest of stars, was he? He wasn't really the biggest of names. So I think that he was great down in NXT. But if you bring him back, I suppose if you bring him back and he attacks and you have commentary like, oh my God, that's Ilya Dragunov, and you kind of do it that way. But I think if his music hits and he comes out, I don't know that he's going to get that big of a reaction, because he didn't really do much on the main roster before he got injured. So it's really only people that really watched NXT that I think are going to be massively excited to see him return. So, I don't know, that might be one they just wait for like a Raw or something like that. Wayne said, Daze, it's cool to have Cena rock one last time. I don't know if we will. I don't know kind of where the Rock's schedule is. I agree, it would be lovely to have that match one more time. Big match, big money match. It would definitely get the attention of the world. I'm not down on it. I think there's a story there with The Rock being, disrespected. I mean, that's probably what... Have we got a Saudi show coming up? I mean, Saudi, probably more likely Survivor Series if we were going to do that match. I mean, a word on the street is that it's going to be John against Gunther in his last match. So John Gunther, I think, is going to be Saturday night's main event. But, The Rock, I'm not expecting it. Let's put it that way. It's a perfectly acceptable match to have, though, isn't it? If you're going to give me John Cena versus The Rock before the end of 2025, I'm going to say thank you very much, because the interest in that is going to be flipping huge. Two of the biggest stars in wrestling history going up against each other. It's going to be so much interest in that. I mean, that just prints money, doesn't it? Just prints money. That'd get crazy views, crazy buy rates, crazy engagement. So, yeah, lovely. But I don't think they'll do it. I'm not sure that The Rock's schedule is going to allow. We haven't seen him since February. Indra Z316P. Shout out to you, my friend. That is Indra, isn't it? That doesn't look like an L. So I think it is Indra. Indra X316P. 316P, that's what I stream in. Daze, how are you, brother? Shout out to you, my friends. Since War Games is approaching, do you think that the men's War Games match has to be the Vision, like maybe Seth's stable, since no one wants Solo's stable to be in it? I agree with you, my friend. Yeah, it's very hard to look at that and not see Seth, Bron, and Bronson kind of forming the bulk of that team. You'd need another couple of members. But, I mean, if you think we had Bloodline and they went and got CM Punk to join up with them. So, I mean, Seth can easily go and get a couple of heels. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if he goes and gets Drew and Logan. Do you know what I mean? I think Logan would love to be in a War Games. Because just think of the viral moment that he could have coming off the top of the cage, whatever, you know. With more Prime bottles or whatever. Maybe have a Prime bottle up there doing something. I mean, he'd have ideas. So I could see, and Drew, I think, is a very credible heel. Someone that I think the fans see as a legit main eventer. Someone that's obviously come off a banging feud with CM Punk. Someone that I think the fans wanted to have a better 2025 than he's had. And I could see like Seth, Braun, Bronson, Drew, Logan. But of course, people are also wondering if there'll be a fourth person that joins the Vision, if the Vision will actually get a new member, and if we'll actually get like a fourth person that joins. And so it could be someone like Theory. It could be someone like Ethan Page. Could be someone like Ricky Starks or Ricky Saints or who knows? Could be Ilya Dragunov. Who knows? So I don't know. Like, will there be a fourth person that joins, or will they just go and get some support? And then you've probably got to look at who are they feuding with at the moment. It's probably going to be Roman. It's probably going to be CM Punk joining forces again. We know how much they didn't get on last year, and I'd imagine it'll be kind of more of the same in that regard. So Roman, Punk, Jay, Jimmy, and then maybe LA Knight, something along those lines. LA Knight seems to be involved in all this kind of stuff at the moment, doesn't he? So something along those lines feels right now like where we're going. But of course, we've still got plenty of time, haven't we? It's not till the end of November. We're sat here in the early August. But yeah, I mean, it's going to have serious star power because it's in a big stadium this time. Which is brilliant because I think it should be in a big stadium. I think it's one of the big four, but it doesn't really get treated like one of the big four. You know, Survivor Series is one of the oldest pay-per-views we've been doing. So, for me, it definitely deserves to feel big. It's just that, unfortunately, at the time of the year that we do it, it's always cold. And so, like, we can't really be outdoors so much. I don't know where it is this time. But is the weather not going to be a factor? Because we're doing it in a baseball stadium, I'm sure. And we're doing it in some sort of stadium, which is much better than the arenas that we normally do it in. So I must admit, I do like that. I do like that we've gone bigger. I mean, I'm a fan of 2-day SummerSlams. I know that other people don't like them, but I said the other day, I'm a big fan in like 2 days. I think the roster's big enough to support 2 days. The argument is, but there's a lot of like fluff. There's a lot of stuff you could take out. And I hear that. But the counter argument I would make is that, well, let's work hard to make that fluff better. It doesn't have to be fluff. Like, it doesn't have to be rubbish. It can be good. So let's work hard at making it as good as possible. I don't think the solution is to lose a day. I think the solution is make the stuff that didn't work, make that better. That's the solution. That's the better solution. Who wouldn't want 2 amazing days of SummerSlam rather than 1? Of course people would. So, if you can deliver that's the goal, isn't it? So I don't disagree that, we could have took the best matches and made one killer day instead of two. I completely agree. It's not like we just looked at Meltzer's scores and every match was 4.5, blah, 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 There was, 2s and 3s in there. So the goal will have to be, let's try and make those better next time around. Let's try and build them better. Let's try and get better producers on them. I do wonder about that. We mentioned that the other day. What if there's a producer that works backstage that consistently is delivering okay matches, but not amazing matches? What if part of the problem is one of the producers is sadly just not good enough for that role? It'd be really interesting to kind of go back and look at some of those lowly rated matches, poorly received matches, and see if there's a pattern. Because if, for example, Bobby Roode, just for example, is the person that is constantly coming up when the match scores are low, maybe then you've got a problem with the producer. Maybe it's not the talent. Perhaps it's the person that's helping put the match together that's just not exciting enough. It's just not good enough. It's not to the same standard as the other matches, Could be that. Might not be that. Don't know. That's for them to look into. But, I'd go as big as I possibly could. So I think definitely in a stadium and getting in as many people as we possibly could and going as big as possible. I'm all for that. So I like the 2-day WrestleManias. I like the 2-day SummerSlams. I like Survivor Series going into a stadium. I like what we've done with the Rumble. Don't forget, it wasn't long ago. The Rumble was in an arena and we were getting Rumbles just in front of 20-odd thousand. I think we can all agree that Royal Rumble being in the stadium is better because the reaction is so much bigger when it's a surprise, It's just better. So, very good. Daze, I hope we see Roman against The Rock at WrestleMania 42, said Jamie. I would like that, Jamie. I would like that. I would like Roman against The Rock. But, I don't know that we're going to get it. Again, I think it's going to come down to his schedule. If he can do it, I think that's one match he would definitely be open for. There's definitely matches I think The Rock's nah, not really feeling it. But I think there's definitely matches that he is. I think the Roman match and the Cody match are two matches I think The Rock would definitely be up for. Keep backstage working on same wrestlers. Same with tag teams, said Tony. Keep backstage staff working with the same wrestlers if it works. Oh, I see what you're saying. So if the matches are good, say Abyss does a good job with Cody matches, keep Abyss on that. Yeah, I can see that argument. That's actually a world that I don't know much about, honestly. That's kind of behind a bit of a mysterious door. That's the door we needed Unreal to show us, Sean Ross Sapp sometimes and Fightful sometimes get information as to who produced what match. And the way that I've always looked at that information is that if there was a match that was really well received, I'll normally have a look and see who the producer was. And I've not noticed any pattern. But what I never do is, if there's a really bad match, I never look to see who the producer was. I never look to see who produced those matches. So, that's where, there's a piece of work there for someone to kind of go back and go, is there a pattern or something? Might not be. It might be a dead end, but just thought that would be something that would be quite interesting for someone in the world to have a look into, because I've not seen anyone doing that kind of work, Right, what's this? Fightful Select. As of midnight Friday, Carrion and Scarlett have not signed new contracts. Their deals expire on Sunday, according to Fightful Select. So Fightful Select are reporting no new deals signed at the moment. That's what Fightful Select are reporting. Let me retweet that from its Kaz. Thank you, my friends. Right. Joe said Petco is in San Diego, 75, and it's sunny year round. Is that where it is, Joe? Survivor Series. It's at Petco in San Diego. that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense if that's where we're going. I honestly, I don't know. I mean, I've been so focused on SummerSlam that a Survivor Series conversation was not one I was like really prepared for. But I know that we're doing something different this year. We're going bigger this year. I like that. And of course, we need to make sure that the weather is going to be good. But the great thing about America is, I mean, you know what I mean? You're so big that I'm sure you can find somewhere in your vast country where come November time, it's not going to be too problematic. So, yeah, goods. I don't know why we've not been doing this before. I don't know why we've not been going this big before and why we've been doing like... I mean, I think arenas are obviously absolutely fine for Raw and for SmackDown. But I think when it comes time for certainly your big pay-per-views, your big PLEs... I really don't know why we've not been doing stadiums, unless business was just not good enough. Perhaps 2017, 2018, you know, I think there's a lot of Rumbles and Survivor Series there that are in arenas. And perhaps, honestly, kind of heading into the pandemic, business was just not in a good place. Not good enough for stadiums, but... and perhaps that's changed with the bloodline and, you know, the... Cody finishing his story and all of that stuff, you know. Perhaps business is in a really good place right now and we can do it. So, not sure of the reasoning, but I'm just pleased that we are able to do it. Netforce said, I heard Brock is doing a retirement run, looking at next SummerSlam as his final match, possibly. I've not heard that. I honestly don't know. I've not heard that. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying I've not seen that come from any like Fightful or PW Insider, and you have to be so careful with some of the nonsense that's out there. So I would be very interested. Information is interesting, but where it comes from is just as interesting. Like, who said that? Has that come from Fightful? Has it come from Dave Meltzer? Has it come from PW Insider? Like, where the information comes from is arguably just as important, because John down the street saying something, I have no interest in that whatsoever, because John down the street ain't got no sources. And John down the street is just looking for attention and clicks and views. And I've seen actually some of the stuff that's shared on Facebook. Sean Ross Sapp's like, man, as bad as X is, you won't believe how bad Facebook is. And he posted some examples, and it's like Becky, an AI picture of Becky crying at a funeral, and the headline was like, breaking news, Seth passes away, and all this kind of stuff. I mean, like, some of the stuff that is put out there is mental. It is mental. There was another one where similar, Jimmy was at Jay's funeral. Like, you know, they had that as a headline, and it's, mate, some of the stuff that's out there is weird and dark and just complete nonsense. I'm not saying that is. He might be on a retirement run. It might be that they've brought him back to wrap up his contract. So, you know, but I'm just saying I've not heard that from anyone. Reese, shout out to you. Daze, I've been watching since your Fight Club video, Elite versus BSS. I wonder what your favourite indie match was that you've seen. For me, it's Osprey versus Pac. Well, it'd be that, honestly. I've not been to too many indie shows. So in Starbridge, where I grew up, to my knowledge, there wasn't wrestling. I mean, maybe I would look back and turns out that it was on once in a while at the town hall and I just never knew. But I never saw any wrestling shows in the town that I grew up. I'm sure there would have been in Birmingham, but Birmingham, you know, I only went there once in a while on my own. Otherwise, I was with my folks and we were off to see my grandparents. So I wasn't really around indie wrestling. I wasn't really around wrestling, to be honest. I didn't even know about wrestling until I went to my nan and granddad's house and my cousin was watching it. So if I had not seen that tape, I would not have, you know, for example, I mean, I don't know how this happened, but WWE did SummerSlam 92 at Wembley. I had no idea it was happening. No idea whatsoever. That it was not on my radar at all. Didn't even know it was a thing. And you would think that they would have gone above and beyond to have reached out to the kids and shown kids, this is wrestling, we're going to be at Wembley, come on down. Like, you would have thought the promotion would have been in overdrive. And I'm sure it was. I'm sure there were adverts and things in the newspaper, and I'm sure there was a big push to promote it. But I just always missed it. I just never saw it. If it was in the paper, I never saw the paper that day. If it was on an advert on TV, I never saw that advert. Like, somehow it just, I avoided it. Like, I just never got to see it. So it's kind of crazy that, there was this big push for SummerSlam. I never saw that. So local indie wrestling didn't stand much of a chance, really. If WWE can run Wembley, and I still don't know it's happening, So, in regards to, like, indie stuff, yeah, it just wasn't on my radar. It was only when I got older and I started to live in Wolverhampton that I was going to those shows. So that was the Trent Seven shows, the Fight Club, Fight Pro Wrestling, I think it was called, something like that. Fight Pro Wrestling. It was Trent Seven's company. And so, of course, you had Pete Dunne, you had Tyler Bates, Millie McKenzie, but they knew everyone. I mean, Trent knew everyone. So, yeah, there is a video on the channel, and I can't give you a better answer than the one you've already named, honestly, because how could I possibly have seen anything like, better than British Strong Style, which was Trent Seven, Pete Dunne, Tyler Bates taking on Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks in a room in Wolverhampton that was meant to hold, I think, about 800 people. It was meant to hold, and it had easily over 1,000. I mean, I don't know what the situation was with fire marshals and all this kind of stuff, but there ain't no way that was legal. No way. Not that I'm, like, dropping him in it, but there was no way that was legal. Because, like, not only were all the seats full, but the aisles in between the seats, people were standing in those. So if there needed to be, like, a quick emergency exit, like, every inch of that room had a person in it. Like, you just couldn't get to the bar. You couldn't get out. Like, it was bad, actually. From a health and safety point of view, it was not good. But obviously no one cares or cared. And that show is honestly one of the most bonkers shows that I think might have been ever in the history of wrestling. Penta was on that show. I saw Penta compete in that room. Penta. Tegan Knox competed in that room. I think I don't know if I can find the card, actually. It was Wolverhampton, I want to say 2016, was it? Fight Club Pro results events. Let's just have a look, because this is... It was a tag thing, international 2016, I think, and it was some sort of tag. Is it that? 2017. It's in Wolverhampton. Is it that? What's the main event? Oh yeah, maybe it's this. Look, the Elite against British Strong Style. So when was that? That was 1,000. Yes, in Wolverhampton in April. Oh, okay, April 2017. Yeah, this is it, because Tegan Knox was there, Nixon Newell. So, first match was Mark Haskins against Chris Brooks, Dan Mahoney, Jimmy Havoc, Nixon Newell, and Amari. Then we had Eddie Dennis and Mark Andrews against Angelico and Jack Evans. Then we had Sami Callihan against Leo Rush and Shane Strickland. That's Swerve. Is that Swerve? That's Swerve, isn't it? Yeah, that's Swerve. So Swerve was there. So Leo Rush, Sami Callihan, Swerve. Then we had Travis Banks against Will Ospreay. Then we had Jim Hunter, Lee Hunter, the Hunter brothers, taking on Marty Scurll and Zack Sabre Jr., leaders of the new school. So Marty Scurll and Zack Sabre Jr., Travis Banks, Will Ospreay, Swerve, Leo Rush, Nixon, Newell, Tegan Knox, most people will know her by. Penta against Ray. Oh, right, I didn't even know Ray Phoenix was there. Just happened to see Penta against Ray Phoenix. Just forgot about it. Penta against Ray Phoenix. And then the main event was Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks against Pete Dunne, Trent Seven, and Tyler Bate. I mean, that's for an indie show in Wolverhampton. Granted, there was 1,000 people in that room, but this was Fight Club Pro that was putting this on. This is Trent Seven's company. They normally ran like this hangar. I think it was called the hangar. Don't know how many people that would hold. Talking hundreds. But this was moved to like a ballroom. And, obviously they knew they had a big special card. If ever you was going to get Kenny Omega and like the Bucks, it was a special card. But to get Penta and Ray Phoenix and Ospreay and I wish I could give you a better answer than the one you already named, but I can't because this genuinely was the best indie show I ever went to. I did go to some of their other shows and I saw Miko Satomura. So I did go to that. I've never been to a Progress. I've never been to a Rev Pro. As I said, it's just indie as wrestling has not been on my radar, unfortunately. But and now since 2018, I've been streaming, haven't I? So I stream all the time. I stream on a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday, a Friday, a Saturday. I mean, unless someone is putting on a show on a Sunday, I probably ain't going to have much chance to go and see them. So I'd love to go to Stourbridge, where I was born. They now have a indie wrestling company. It's called Bridge Pro Wrestling, and I would love to go to that to support that, to buy a ticket, buy some Bridge Pro Wrestling merch, and support it, because I don't remember ever having that when I was growing up. So I think they only run once a month, and it's on a Friday night, so that would mean I'd have to go. I'd have to watch the show, quickly get back, so that I can then do the stream. The stream would be delayed. I should still be able to do it because SmackDown doesn't start till 1 a.m. UK time. So I'd have to go there for 7, watch the show probably done by 10, get back here about midnight, and then do the SmackDown stream. So 1 week I would like to try and do that and actually go to the Stourbridge Indie Wrestling show, but trying to fit it in is easier said than done, to be honest. So Reese, who did you see? You saw Ospreay against Pac. Well, I bet that was very good. I mean, 2 of the absolute best in-ring performers, so I should imagine they put on a banger. I do like what I see from Beyond. There's definitely some stuff. I mean, I know that Tommy Toy Travels used to go a lot to Beyond, but I think it's so much easier if it's on your doorstep. I mean, I'm in Market Drayton now. We don't have anything around here. When I was in Stourbridge, I don't think there was anything there. I did live in different parts of the country as I was working, but I was always working. So, on my days off, it was like trying to recover, really, just trying to get ready for the next kind of set of working days. So it's just never been something I've been able to kind of commit to be honest. Joe said it's California. It makes sense being outdoors in the winter. It's warmer on the West Coast. San Diego is known to be beautiful weather year round, and but it rarely rains as well. Well, Joe, thank you. Very interesting. I think it's great. I'm fully supportive of them going to these places and doing Survivor Series in warmer weathers. Yeah, more of it. Let's go. I think it's one of the big 4, and it deserves to have a load of people go in, and for it to feel like a big show, and for us to kind of celebrate it in many ways. It's been going since the late 80s. As we said, it's one of the oldest PLEs that we've got. So, yeah, let's go. Ben said, from 1 to 10, how surprising is Vince buying TNA to stay associated in WWE? NXT did 740. How surprising would that be? It would be a 10. It would be a 10. Have you seen that Pro Wrestling and MMA News on here has a 49-minute tour of WWE Worlds? The video went up yesterday, But I was wondering if you've seen it, as I know you're interested in that stuff. Oh, no, I hadn't, actually. Pro Wrestling and MMA News have a 49-minute tour. I will try and watch that. Undercover Manager, thank you. One of my favourite ever WWE videos ever is of Kathy Kelly, Triple H, and Stephanie going around WWE Access, WWE World. And that goes for about an hour or so. And what makes that video so good is it shows off all the stuff that you can do at WWE World. And I really don't know why they don't do that every year. Because you've got this amazing fan experience. And WWE, to my knowledge, don't put a video out showing you how amazing that fan experience is. Like, you would imagine that they would have someone kind of go through the entranceway, show you around the shop, show you the meet and greets that are happening, show you the stage where there might be a talk going on or some sort of presentation going on, show you the Mattel stand with all the new figures, maybe have Mattel talk for a moment about what their new items are, and show you like the ring where sometimes they have matches. I know this year they had Roxanne and Cora, and they had some NXT talent doing some stuff in the ring at WWE World. There were some, like, I think there was like, had a bit of like an NXT house show kind of feel to it, but they had a ring set up, and there was matches that were happening and things that were happening with NXT talent. So, you know, show you that, show you the exhibitions. I mean, this year it was all about Triple H because he was going in the Hall of Fame. But of course, you had like John Cena stuff that was all set up because, of course, it was his last WrestleMania. But you had like ring war gear and all this sort of stuff. Like, there is so much to see and do at WWE Access that this video from years ago, it showed you. They had an elimination chamber set up, like, you know, the circular one. They had that set up, and you could go inside and have a picture taken in the elimination chamber. Imagine going to WWE World, WWE Access, getting inside, standing inside an elimination chamber and just looking around. Just for a moment, and just looking and feeling what it's like to be inside the chamber. I mean, this is why, for me, they need a building permanently that has got these things set up. You could say they've got it in Saudi Arabia, but I ain't seen loads from that Saudi Arabia exhibition. I know they have a ring set up, but I don't know if you can get in it. And I know they have, like, the belts on display, and they have, like, the Undertaker escape room thing. Like, I've seen some things they've got, but I don't know. To be honest, of all the things I've seen from that WWE experience, I wasn't like blown away. I wasn't like, oh my God, they've got this, they've got that. You can do this, you can do that. You can get inside the elimination chamber. You can do your own entrance. You can jump off the top rope. I mean, at WWE Access, the year that Triple H and Steph went round, you could actually climb up the top rope and then jump and deliver an elbow or do a backflip or whatever. And rather than landing in a ring, it was all a big foam pit. It just had all these like bits of foam in there. And it was like just really soft to land in. You'd be protected. Like, it looked great. So, I mean, you could do like a top rope move. And they had some for that. They had the elimination chamber, which looked awesome. They had that. They had obviously Mattel there. They had all the kind of exhibitions there. I love that stuff. That is one of the best videos I ever saw, where Kathy Kelly, Triple H, Steph just walk around WWE World. And I've said so many times, I would much rather go to that than WrestleMania itself. Which just sounds mental, because whoever says that, this guy. Because, to be honest, I love streaming WrestleMania and chatting with you guys about the show. So I wouldn't want to sacrifice that. But also, I sort of feel like this community is such a part of my life now that I would be sat at WrestleMania with no commentary, no community, and I would feel lost. I would just feel lost. I'd feel like, you know, if you go to a live show and you don't have commentary, it feels like something's missing. Well, if I was to go and I didn't have the community, I'd feel like it just would be weird. So weird, I don't think I'd like it now. So, you know, go in and experiencing it live and saying you was there, like, that's great. Of course, there's positives to go in, and I get why people want to go. But for me personally, I'm happy doing what I do. I love doing what I do. It wouldn't be the same for me going to WrestleMania now. I've ruined it for myself. But actually going to WWE Worlds and looking around that's the dream. Honestly, I'd love to do that. I'm going to get my ass over there. I'm going to get my ass over there one year where I'm actually going to do it. And I'm going to go. And I'm going to go around and have a good look around. To be honest, in a few recent years, they'd been kind of small with the offering. It's only really now it's starting to get back to being something that, you know, I think is good enough. But they should have a permanent place, probably in Florida, where you can go and all of these experiences you can have, you know, getting inside an elimination chamber, doing your own entrance, jumping off a top rope, having exhibitions for different wrestlers and some of their ring gear and, you know, some of that kind of stuff that's in the warehouse. Get it down there. Yeah, so that people can go and look at this stuff and experience this stuff and see it with their own eyes. I mean, imagine an Andre the Giant singlet on an Andre the Giant kind of size mannequin so that you can get a good idea in person of just how big he was. Because it's one thing to see footage of him, but if you stood in front of a mannequin that was actual life size, that was wearing one of his actual ring war singlets, I mean, that would be an experience, wouldn't it? That would be an experience. You get a picture of you in front of him, and so you know how big you would have been compared to him. And it's just stuff like that just would be so good. So, yeah, I appreciate that. I definitely want to check out that video. Who did you say? Pro Wrestling MMA News. MMA News, WWE World. I'm going to have a look and save it to my watch later if I can find it. I don't think I can find it. I put in MMA News, WWE World, and it's not brought anything back. I'll have to have a look for it after. It's not jumped out at me, unfortunately. If you've got a link, ping it over. If you can quickly find it. But yeah, I'll have a search for it. Perhaps WWE just kind of think that others will put the footage out, but I really think they should do something. I really think they should get some sort of footage out. Yeah, no, I can't really see anything. I'll have to have a look. Right, where are we time-wise? Oh, we're doing well, aren't we? Because we started early. Lovely. Iggy said every fan dreams of being in the ring. That experience would be awesome, and it'd make them a ton of money. It's true. I've never been in a wrestling ring. I'd love to stand in a wrestling ring. I'd love to know how bouncy it is as well. Do you know what I mean? I mean, just stepping through the ropes. I've seen it happen thousands and thousands of times. I've seen thousands and thousands of matches in my life. So, you know, to actually get in the ring. And I suppose as well, like if you got into a WWE ring, which I think is 18 by 18, 18 foot by 18 foot. If you got in there, you might be really surprised to see like actually how close the ropes are or something. Do you know what I mean? Or you might get in there and go, actually, that top turnbuckle is a lot higher than I thought it was, you know. Actually didn't think it was that high. And then you'd be thinking about like all the moonsaults and the swantons and all the stuff you've seen off the top of it. And you'd be like, man, that's actually more impressive. That's more impressive. Because, I don't know, I mean, whenever I go to an actual live wrestling show and I see the ring, I'm always surprised how small it is, actually. I'm always surprised smaller than I always think it is. But actually, if you stand in there, it might be bigger than you think it is. Like, yeah. I completely agree. I think, you know, you charge X amount. I think wrestling fans would absolutely love that. And I think you could get so much stuff in there for Hogan, for Andre, for Macho Man, for Roman, for celebrities, Donald Trump stuff, you know. I mean, you got to make it as appealing to the casual fans as possible. So, you know, you want to advertise like Logan stuff in there. You want to advertise Donald Trump stuff in there. You want to advertise, I don't know, whatever celebrities we've had, Jelly Roll, yeah? And just like have like this big kind of celebrity section where it's showing like constant footage of them in, you know, in WWE. And, you know, just get as many kind of artifacts in there, but then have loads of experiences as well. And just try and make it as fun for non-wrestling fans as possible. It'd be brilliant if you could open a place that, you know, is in the brochure. And like, if you go to Florida, it's like you don't even need to be a wrestling fan to enjoy this place. Some of the live experiences are so enjoyable. Like, you can do an entrance and they've got like these giant hologram type screens that make it feel like, as you look around, you really feel like there's a stadium going crazy for you. And so, you know, that's an experience you can't get anywhere else, where you can do your entrance. And as you look around, like the way the screens work, it just really feels like you're at WrestleMania. Like, imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine being able to do like your own entrance. And you can design the graphics, you can like pick out the music, tweak it, tailor it, all of that. Like, you can spend as long or as little as you want on it, or you can just like have a celebrity, a wrestler's entrance and recreate that, you know, come down, do Rhea Ripley or whatever, and then get in a ring. And oh man, it would be brilliant. That'd be brilliant. I think we've got a bit sidetracked there, but if ever we do talk about things like that, I kind of swoon, because that's always been the dream. That's, as a WWE fan, that I think would be really well received if TKO could deliver like something like that, you know, a physical Hall of Fame, a physical experience, better than the one I've seen in Saudi Arabia, which honestly I haven't been that impressed with. It might be better if you go, but the footage I've seen of it, it just looks okay. Doesn't look good enough for me to get on a plane and go to Saudi Arabia, let's put it that way. It doesn't look essential enough. Like, I feel like I could spend an hour or two in there. I don't feel like I could spend the day in there. And the place that I'd want to spend the day in there, you know, and then want to come back the next day. Edward said, Daze, can you do me a favor? It's a dream for me to be seen by Cody. Can you ask people to repost it? What do you think makes Cena Cody getting 5 stars by Big Dave? Also, what makes him give that? I don't know. What made him do that? You'd have to ask him, because for me, that's not a 5-star match. So I don't know why Dave thinks it is, because Dave has looked at matches I think are definite 5 stars, and he's given them 4.5, 4.75. And then I see a match that I think's 4.5, 4.75, and he gives it 5 stars. So honestly, I don't know. The only thing I can tell you is that I saw an interview with Dave where he was praising Punk Gunther. Loved it. And Brian Alvarez was like, really? You enjoyed that? And Brian Alvarez was not impressed with Punk Gunther. And Dave was like, yeah, of course. It was brilliant. And I wonder, conspiracy theory, I wonder if Dave has a few conversations with people, because he doesn't post his scores till like quite a long time after. He doesn't post them that night. He posts them like 3-4 days later. So I wonder if he just looks to see the reaction, what people are saying, you know, to make sure the scores. I mean, it's kind of human nature. I could understand it. I could understand him like looking around and trying to read the room a little bit and making sure he's not made any glaringly obvious mistakes. And I just wonder if there was a lot of praise for that Cena match, because, I mean, it's clearly the best Cena match this year. It's not even close, right? Clearly the best Cena match this year. And clearly one of the best Cena matches we've had in years. And I just wonder if the reaction to it, because people weren't expecting it to be that good. And I wonder if the fact that he'd spoke to Brian Alvarez was a bit down on Punk Gunther. I wonder if that just resulted in the scores being what they were. So I don't know. You'd have to ask Dave about that. I don't get it personally. As I said, for me, I'm not a massive fan of Cena at this age kicking out of 3 Crossroads, when I've seen those Crossroads putting like Roman Reigns away. So Cena, who's just not looked good in 2025, kicking out of having to 3 Crossroads in a row. Like, I get the story they're trying to tell. They're trying to say this was Super Cena of old. This is Cena from like 10, 15 years ago that Cody was trying to beat. But it's like, I just find that hard to believe when I've watched him recently and he's been awful. That now I've got to believe this is some magical, we've gone back in time John Cena. Plus also, as I said, there's a whole sequence where we go out the ring. And like we do, I think, a suplex into a railing. And then we go under the stage. And then we do that spot where he kind of rises up on the platform with Cody on his shoulders. Now, people are going to have mixed opinions about that. A lot of people are going to like that spot. I think it's a bit cheesy. Honestly, I think it's a little bit cheesy. I think that they go from fighting in the crowds to then doing just a kind of pantomime, kind of theatric spot where they just want Cody kind of rising. They want Cena kind of rising up with Cody on the shoulders. Someone's looked at that and they've gone, oh, that would be fun. But I don't think the work that they were doing, I think that would be more fun if you'd have showed me them fighting under the stage. Because in my mind, they go under the stage and then like Cody just jumps onto Cena's shoulders just so they can do that spot, I sort of feel like they brawl in the crowds. There's not much fighting. They're clearly trying to get somewhere. It results in like a bit of a nothing spot with a railing. And then they kind of go under the stage just so they can do that moment. And it's like, for me, I'm like, I don't need any of that. None of that added to the match for me. You did all of that just to do that thing, which I didn't even think was that great. It was fine. It could have featured if the build had been better for it. If we'd been doing some really good stuff in the crowds and then we fought underneath the stage and then we actually saw how John got Cody into that position. And then, we cut cameras and then we see him coming up. But it just felt lazy to me for them to go under the stage and we don't. Why would we not follow them? Why wouldn't we follow them? Why would we watch that platform? This is a match that can go anywhere. So how did we know they were coming up there? Why didn't we go under the stage with them? It doesn't matter. We're nitpicking. But for me, these are reasons as to why I could sit down with Dave Meltzer and go, this is why it's not a 5-star match, Dave. For me, because I think a lot of that was nonsense. A lot of that could have been cut out. I don't think any of that added to the match. And actually, if anything, I think it took away because it just made the match longer. It made it a bit more pantomime, made it a little bit sillier. And I just don't think it contributed. And then, Cena basically he does like a big AA on the entrance ramp to Cody, picks him up, and then just kind of walks back down to the ring with him. So that whole loop didn't really achieve a great deal apart from that one moment. So I think the kicking out of 3A Crossroads was not for me with Cena at this point in his career. That whole loop that they do on the outside of the ring, I could have cut out and could have done. I know that this is us talking about things we didn't like about the match, but this is the difference between that match being 4.5, 4.75 or 5 stars. It's a really, really enjoyable match. I'm sure I could rewatch it and find a few other little bits and bobs. I came out of that match thinking that's the best John Cena match I've seen in forever. Absolutely brilliant. Really loved it. Maybe the best John Cena match since before the pandemic. I'm quite happy to say that, right? Best John Cena match since before the pandemic. Definitely in the 4-point-something range. And way better than I was expecting. Way better than I was expecting. So yeah, I'm I don't want to be sitting here just being negative and being down on it, but it wasn't a match that for me was 5 stars. So I can't really answer why Dave has gone 5. But then, why does Dave not go 5 sometimes when there's some matches that I can't find criticisms for that I just think are amazing, that are just, oh my God, that was so good. And then Dave Meltzer goes, nah, 4.5. It's opinion, isn't it? At the end of the day, I've seen stuff that I weren't keen on, but they clearly didn't bother Dave. So it's opinions. They make the world go round. Ryan said, what if Karrion Kross in his final hour chance to stay tonight, he beats Cody, claims the title, making WWE re-sign him? Well, I don't think they would do anything like that, to be honest, because Cody's just won that title at SummerSlam. I don't think they would take the title off him. Plus, also, I don't think Carrion's that big. I think Carrion's got some good fan support, but I don't think he's face of the company big. So they could set something up in regards to Carrion, like, you know, going away, and then, you know, I think was it Bubba Bully Ray was saying he could go away, so we could get to the weekend, and it turns out that, you know, there's been no new contract, and then, you know, he starts appearing in the crowd, and I'm just people know my feeling on this. I don't believe it. I will not be surprised if in a week's time, 2 weeks' time, 3 weeks' time, we find out he signed a new deal back in February. And that the leaks that the dirt sheets were getting, they were purposely being leaked by WWE. WWE was putting out information, no new contract. Carrion is saying no new contract. WWE is saying no new contract. And so, of course, the dirt sheets are reporting no new contract. Doesn't mean it's true. I find it so hard to believe with that Paul Heyman interview, with the noise that's around. How the hell are you going to let this guy walk out the door and go to AEW? And I'm not even saying that as a, come on, WWE, how that, I mean, really, how? Like, how are you going to do that? Like, you're not. Surely you're not. So surely he's under a deal. Surely he's resigned. Surely. None of this makes any sense. Unless news comes out that he's really upset someone. Unless news comes out that he really upset someone and they just want him gone. And they just, you know, perhaps his working relationship with Triple H is just completely broken. Perhaps, like, Triple H just can't stand him because of some reason. That's the only thing that would make sense, wouldn't it? If it turned out that Triple H just couldn't work with him, brought him back and just hated the way that he was backstage, or constantly complaining, just a chore to work with, and Triple H is like, I don't need this. I can't handle this. I ain't working with this. And so we let him go for that reason. But I don't think that's happening. I honestly don't think that's what's happening. So it's honestly, it's a strange one. It's a real strange one. But at the moment, word is, and we can only go off the latest word, but at the moment, word is that his contract is expiring on Sunday. He doesn't have a new one. Dave Meltzer did report, though, that there was a new one that was offered to him. And Carrion has come out and said, no, that's not true. I know that Meltzer's hit and miss, so you have to take it with a pinch of salt, but to give Meltzer credit where it's due, he was one of the only people reporting that the Seth injury was a work. He was one of the only outlets that were saying that he's found out it was a work, so he got that right. So, you know, I know that Meltzer's hit rate is, you know, people will say that even a broken clock is correct twice a day. And so perhaps he just got lucky with that. I don't know. Perhaps he's well off on this, and perhaps there is no new thing. But he was reporting that a new contract had been offered the other day as well. I said in Unseen, don't know who to believe. Is Meltzer correct? Or is Carrion telling us the truth? Who is telling us the truth? I just don't know. But my gut is telling me that if you was WWE, would you let Karrion Kross go? No. I mean, surely, I don't even need to read the answers. Surely no. Would you let Karrion Kross go? With all this fan support, with all this we want Kross, and as I said, at the end of SummerSlam, you bring Brock Lesnar back. You've had the Seth cash-in. Cena's lost the title. Cody's become the new champion, right? Loads of stuff has gone down. Triple H walks out on stage, and what do the fans chant? Out of everything they could have chanted, they could have been chanting, you know, F Brock Lesnar, F Brock Lesnar. They could have been chanting that. I would not be shocked if that crowd had gone kind of composed themselves after the initial shock. And, you know, if F Brock Lesnar had started, you know, being chanted. But no, they didn't chant that. Instead, they chant, we want Kross to Triple H. That crowd could have chanted anything, could have got behind anything. And collectively, they were chanting, we want Kross, which, of course, we know that Triple H heard as Brock. But, like, you know, Heyman goes onto an interview and says he's aware, which, you know, if he's aware, WWE are aware, and it's just, it doesn't matter. Math don't math, does it? The math don't math. It doesn't make any sense to see him walk out this weekend. It does not make any sense whatsoever, but, well, honestly, in my mind, it didn't make any sense bringing Brock Lesnar back, but we did it. So, I can't help but say how I feel about it, right? I can't help but say how I feel. And I keep, like, mentally telling myself, shut up. I mean, I do tell myself that mentally a lot, but, like, shut up, because this might not be going the way you think it's going. Like, they really might be about to leave. WWE might not have issued them a new thing, so just shut up about it. So I do tell myself that. I don't listen. But I really struggle. I really struggle to believe that we are just going to say goodbye to someone that the fans so clearly, so desperately want to see stay. WWE are about putting smiles on people's faces. The crowd are speaking with one voice. And you're about to let that guy go to AEW. Math don't math, does it? It just don't math. Oliver said, I get what you mean about the following and the John underneath the ramp situation. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't want to, when I say these things, I'm not looking to ruin people's enjoyment of the match. I loved the match. I think the match was great. And as I said, 4 point something for me. But I just, there's just a couple of little bits in it, that's all. It's just a couple of things in there that I'm like, nah, I wouldn't have done that. And it just stopped it from hitting that 5 stars for me. But, you know, I really enjoyed it. And I think it's easily Cena's best match since before the pandemic. I'm trying to think of all his matches since. But, yeah, really, really great. And honestly, as a WWE fan, let's wrap it up on this. If Dave Meltzer wants to give WWE a 5-star rating for a match, I would say thank you. Yeah, because that does matter to some people, what Dave scores the matches. I use it as a reference. I use it as a talking point. It doesn't really mean anything more than that to me. It's just, oh, what did Dave say? Oh, he gave it that. But how do we feel? It's not the Bible. It's not the gospel. So, you know, it doesn't really make it much of a difference. But I think one thing people will say is that Dave has not given WWE enough 5-star matches. I mean, isn't it quite famously that Kurt Angle never got a single 5-star rating out of Dave? So, you know, if he wants to hand out some 5 stars, there are only 5 stars that are long overdue. They're only 5-star ratings that WWE deserves anyway. So, take them, move on. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So, Oliver, shout out to you, buds. William said, Daze, no Brock tonight, but I think they will use him tonight, at least an appearance for a match. Do you think so? I tell you, if he is, I'm not expecting him, but if he is, the reaction is going to be flipping dissected, right? The reaction that he gets is going to really, really be picked apart, because no one really knows right now how the WWE community feel about it. The pro-Brock fans are using the reaction at SummerSlam as the big indicator that everyone loves this. The kind of anti-Brock coming back fans, if you will, their stance is, well, of course there was a massive pop. Brock Lesnar's one of the biggest stars, and you've just given people that have paid a lot of money a moment that they never expected, a truly shocking moment. And of course the initial reaction is not going to be, oh my God, what's he doing here? Right? I mean, that's just not human nature. Like, of course, the reaction... What? Of course the first reaction is to be stunned, to be shocked, do you know what I mean? Like, of course that's going to be the first reaction. And not only that, in a subliminal way, a WWE not saying, this, we're standing by this guy. This guy is not guilty of anything. In a subliminal way, is that not the message WWE send by, you know, presenting this guy? Does it not send a message, which I think we were all kind of grappling with in that moment of, okay, well, they've brought him back, so what does that mean for the Vince case? What does that mean for the legal stuff? Like, well, I've not heard much of an update, but is that over? Or is Brock kind of like, has he been allowed to return with the blessings of Janelle Grant's team? Like, Brock's got nothing to do with this. We want him to carry on with his life. We wish him all the best in the future. I mean, we don't know anything in that moment. We have no information in that moment because we weren't expecting him to return. So the counter argument is that, yeah, you got people that see Brock and don't know much about the Janelle Grant thing and pop, right? You got people that do know about the Janelle Grant thing, and this could be an indicator that he's not involved in it anymore, so pop. You've got natural reaction of shock and people just like, oh my God, you know? And so you've got this whole mixture, this whole kind of mixture of people thinking all these different things in that moment, which is why, honestly, I don't think you can take that as any sort of indicator. I think there was so much uncertainty in that moment that I just think that was the reaction, and that was it. I mean, if you'd said to me, Brock's going to come back at SummerSlam, what reaction is he going to get? I would have said shock. I wouldn't have said booze. I would have said shock, because no one will be expecting it, and everyone's going to be stunned. And that would be what I would expect the reaction to be. Now, a few days later, we're in a situation where people have found out a bit more information. We know that the Janelle Grant team has not given their blessings. They actually put a statement out saying they're looking forward to the facts coming out in a court of law, including those regarding Mr. Lesnar. So, I mean, they haven't turned around and said, you know, respect, God bless you, Mr. Lesnar. We wish you all the best as you return to the ring. You know, they haven't said a statement like that. So, and he, you know, we know that the legal case is still going. It's not that the legal case has been dropped. And so, you know, we kind of have a bit more information now since the return. And it just seems like WWE are just moving forward. I think it's a little bit like TNA bringing Tessa back. That's how it feels to me. TNA brought Tessa back, and it's just a situation of, we're paying all this money. He was still being paid. We're not getting anything in return. Let's use him. Let's bring him back. Let's use him. This case has already dragged on. Perhaps they're looking at it thinking it's going to drag on another year or so. You know, I mean, we don't know when this thing's going to actually get to court. All these filings came out in early January of 2024. We're sat here in August of 2025. We still ain't got to court. I've still not seen anything in regards to a date. There keeps being amendments and dates being pushed back and all this kind of stuff. And so, I don't know, perhaps WWE got to the point where they were like, let's use him. I can't explain it because I was not expecting it. And no one was expecting it. So it's a very difficult one to kind of go, right, well, this is why. Because no one has that answer apart from WWE Legal. They did not clear him. And then for some reason, 4 weeks ago, they did. And that's it. So it's there's still a lot of uncertainty. So if he is on the show tonight, which I'm not expecting him, but if he is, the reaction of the crowd now will be very, very interesting, because the surprise and the shock obviously won't be as great, because we know he's back and we know he's going to make appearances. So the surprise and the shock is not going to be as great. That means we're going to very quickly get to the true reaction a lot quicker. And so is it 50-50? Is it 70-30 positive? Is it 70-30 negative? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I don't know. I do not know what reaction he's going to get. I mean, I think he gets boos because, of course, he beat up John Cena and he's a heel. So he's going to get boos. I know that. But I suppose I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the, like, what kind of heat is he getting? Are there going to be signs? Are there going to be chants? If there are chants, what are the chants? If it's just, you know, F you, Lesnar, WWE would be fine with that. Logan Paul gets those. If there's Janelle Grant chants, that might be a problem. That might be an issue. And this is what I'm saying. I just don't know. I don't know what the temperature is. He'll get booed, but you can't confuse that with boos because he is caught up in this lawsuit thing. That could be boos because he's a heel and he attacked John Cena. You know, it could be that they're just booing for that reason. So the reaction will be very interesting, and it will be one that gets dissected, and it will be one that everyone reads into, and it will be one that people are, you know, very interested to see. What are the signs? What are the chants? You know, kind of what gets said. When Cena's in the ring, I wouldn't be shocked if there's an FU Lesnar chant or FU Brock or something like that. But again, WWE will say, and it could be true, that that's because Lesnar's returned and attacked John. So if you are someone that just does not want Brock back because of the Janelle Grant stuff, I think you've really got to think about the messaging that you portray. You can't just go and boo, and you can't just go and, you know, say F you Lesnar, because it'll just get hidden with him being a heel. You would have to, you know, I wouldn't be shocked if someone takes a Justice for Janelle Grant sign, for example. You know, that wouldn't shock me if there was those kind of signs that were popping up. This has, certainly online, I don't know about in the wider world, but this has been divisive. There are people on both sides of the argument on this one. You are an idiot if you think everyone agrees that everyone's happy to see him back. And equally, I'd say you're an idiot if you think everyone is against him being back, because I have seen plenty of tweets for people supporting his return, and I have seen plenty of tweets for people against his return. And so this is, you know, how do you feel about Donald Trump? This is that kind of a topic where there's plenty of people for him, plenty of people against him. And Brock Lesnar, I think, exactly the same. Plenty of people for him, plenty of people against him. But this is why I can't sit here and tell you what the reaction's going to be. Add in the fact that he's being presented as a heel, I can't tell you what the reaction's going to be. I don't know what that live crowd are going to be like. I don't know what the signs are going to be. I don't know what the chants are going to be. I just don't know. I just don't know. And I'm very interested to find out, but I don't think he's on the show tonight. Certainly not advertised. And I don't even know if they want to take the risk. I mean, I think the match against John might be Clash in Paris. And that means that he'll be in front of the French fans who are very, you know, up for a good time. And they're going to boo him, but I don't know that you're going to get anything, you know, too elaborate. I don't think there's going to be any kind of signs or anything to worry about. I think that might be the gamble, really. We'll do this match in France, in front of the French crowds. But I don't know, when do you put Brock in front of an American crowd? When do you put Brock in front of an English-speaking crowd? Don't know. David said TKO WWE is going to make the NXT PLEs and back catalogue a separate entity in the US. They're going to allow for bids since the NBC back catalogue deal ends on the 18th of March. Well, good to be honest with you, because I think whoever gets that back catalogue needs to be a lot clearer in saying, we want the back catalogue, please. We want whatever you had on the network and more, because, well, to be honest with you, I mean, there was hundreds of Coliseum home video releases, and they only had about 90 odd on the network. And then, of course, you've got like WWE Superstars, where that was a massive show. That was a huge show for WWE. I think at times it was their A show, and there was whole years of that show that was missing. Whole years missing. And I mean, my concern is they just don't have the footage. The other thing as well is that back in the 60s, the show they had was called, I think, Heavyweight Championship Wrestling. And it was, I would love to dig into that. I would love to see some of what the roster was like in the 60s going into the 70s. Like, I feel like that is a dark period for WWE in the sense of there's just not much light that gets shown in that time period. There's not much footage that's kind of out there. There's not this treasure trove, there's not all this stuff to dig into. There's no WrestleManias or PLEs at that time. The big shows they were doing at that time was Madison Square Garden. They'd run that once a month. And so what they would do is they would work Boston, and they'd work Philadelphia, and they'd work, upstate New York, and they'd do loads of venues in the Northeast. And then once a month, they'd run Madison Square Garden. That would be, your big show where your big feuds would pay off. And they had a TV show, which was Heavyweight Championship Wrestling. And so you could kind of follow who the champ was, what the developments were on that show. And that's kind of what was running in the 60s, going into the 70s. And I mean, I don't even think there might have been an episode of that. There is an episode on YouTube of that. I wonder if I can just find that quickly. I know this won't be of interest to everyone, but if you are into your kind of WWE history, Heavyweight Championship Wrestling, then this might be of it. It's black and white, of course. It's black and to find. I don't even think I'll be able to find it. No. There's one episode that's out there, 1 or 2 episodes that's out there. The one I've seen, I think, is from Washington, and it's I couldn't even tell you the date, 65, something like that. Capital, if I maybe put Capital in, Capital Wrestling here. So there's this playlist here, look. Capital Wrestling, WWF early. There's, you can see I've watched that one. Here, look, actually there's a couple here. So there's a couple more here of these heavyweight wrestling from Washington. That's right. Heavyweight wrestling from Washington. So this one is December. Let's click on it. Look at that. Look at this. Heavyweight wrestling from Washington. 66 this. What the hell's that in the background? What the hell is that in the background? Is that just the wall, is it? Look at this. WWWF TV. So obviously WWE was WWF. Before that it was Worldwide Wrestling Federation, WWWF, and before that it was Capital Wrestling. So this is WWWF, right? WWE. From 1966. This is basically Raw. This is 1966 Raw. Come on, that's cool. That's cool, isn't it? I think that's cool. This is what Raw... I was watching some of that. I've watched that episode. But yeah, there's a few more. I don't think I've actually seen this playlist. There's a Bruno match and whatever. Buddy Rogers from 53. Oh, Buddy Rogers from 53. That's kind of crazy. That's crazy because that would have been Capital. And so that would be when WWE were part of the NWA. So the heavyweight champion of the NWA would go around from the different territories. One of the territories he would go to, of course, would be Capital, which was WWE in the 50s. And so this is Buddy Rogers wrestling in WWE when it was known as Capital CWC, Capital, in 1953. I wonder if that's the oldest footage. I mean, I think it only started in the early 50s. I don't think there was even a WWE before the 50s. We class the start of WWE as the early 60s because that's when they leave the NWA. They leave the NWA and they go off on their own, and that's kind of seen as the birth of WWE, is, you know, the early 60s. But when they were in the NWA and they were just Capital Wrestling, that, you know, that was still them. So that's from 53, that match there, Buddy against Johnny. Anyway, cut a long story short. If someone is going to get the back catalogue, there was massive gaps in it on the network. The network did not have, 30% of what was available. I mean, there was still the vast majority missing. Whole years of superstars, no WWF Mania. I don't think there was any live wire. I think there was I think they were pretty good with SmackDown and Raw, but like I don't think there was any wrestling challenge. I don't think they had all of Prime Time. They certainly did not have all of Superstars. They didn't have All American Wrestling. That was a show from the 90s. That wasn't there. I don't think they had a single episode of Mania. I don't think they had... Well, God, there was flipping loads. There was loads of shows that were missing. And as I said, even their home video releases, I think they had about 90 odd when there was like 200. So there was loads of those that was missing as well. But great swathes of 50s, 60s, 70s, just very, very little in that regard. Very, very little. I tell you, like there's early 80s shows that were missing as well. Loads of stuff was missing. Loads. So, yeah, whoever gets that back catalogue, I hope they really put the blooming, stick the knife to them. And they're like, we want to make sure that we've got as much as we possibly can. I understand holding some stuff back so that it's like you can make a big deal of it. Because I kind of like that. I don't mind them holding some stuff back as long as they, like, next month we're going to have, like, the Showdown at Shea Stadium shows. We've got those. They were like the WrestleManias in the 70s, 80s, or early 80s. I think they did 3 or 4, and they were big. I think there was 3, and they were big deals. And so, like if they're like, we've got those shows, we're going to put them on. Like, I could understand that being like, oh, that'll be good. We'll do some watch-alongs for them or something. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. I mean, they've got the Vault as well, haven't they? They're obviously uploading lots of stuff that I actually watched. Last night, whilst I was doing some work, I watched the Roddy Piper documentary again. I've got it on DVD. I don't know if I can find it, but I got it on DVD. But they uploaded that yesterday to the Vault. The Roddy Piper story, so I just rewatched that. It's good. You kind of forget how amazing he was. I think he was kind of his time, really. I don't think that he was someone that would work that well kind of in the 2000s, but certainly in the 80s, 70s, 80s, Piper's Pit, all of that, so quick. So quick. I was watching that yesterday. It was really good. David said, oh yeah, we read that. So David, thank you. Carla said, hope everyone is doing well. Send in love. Carla, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. I've spread the love around for you. I've spread it around. Right. We got another super chat and then we'll get back to the normal chat. This is Camden. Camden said, Daze, with Seth being the only superstar main event heel in WWE, who do we think will turn? So we've got another top heel. Could it be Randy or Jay or Sammy or Punk? I think it'll be Randy. So I think it'll be Randy. Plus also, Seth isn't the only one. We've got Drew. So, you got Drew McIntyre as well. So I think Randy, we definitely are in need of a big heel. I wouldn't turn Punk because I think we've got a story there of him and Seth. I think we've got a story of him trying to not only win that world title, but have a proper run with it. And, Punk fans are disappointed. I don't think it makes sense for him to achieve that being a heel. Same as Sammy. I don't think it makes any sense for Sammy to achieve that being a heel. I don't think that makes any sense personally. Because Sammy is like, he's just been in a fight with Karrion about trying to show that he's a good guy. I mean, and actually what Sammy said is, it's not that I'm a good guy, it's about making good choices. We've all got that darkness in us, but it's about, do you let it consume you? Do you give in to it? Do you take the easy road? Or do you try and make the right options? And Sammy at the moment is trying to make the right options as he tries to become like a world champion. So I wouldn't turn Sammy. I wouldn't turn Punk. There's no reason to not turn Randy. And to be honest with you, I don't know what I would do with Jay. I think the kids really like Jay. So I can't say that I was desperate to turn Jay, but I think you could. I'm not sure if it'd be a good idea or not because people love that entrance. But, Jay is someone that has reached the top, has already got his hands on a world title, admits that he got a bit complacent, So do you build him back up again? I mean, I can't see him winning a Rumble again. So, you know, do you build him back up again as a babyface and hope this time he can have a longer run? Or do you try something different? I don't know. Jay's an interesting one. I think definitely the answer is Randy. But Jay's an interesting one. I wouldn't do Punk. I wouldn't do Sammy. Ben said, Jack Swagger has left wrestling. What's your favourite moment from him? From Jack Swagger? I was never a fan, honestly. I honestly don't think I have one. He is, I mean, I thought the Real Americans was pretty wild. I mean, you know, Zeb Coulter coming out. I was not a fan of him being like world champion. Can't say I was like a big fan of him from a like charisma point of view. I think honestly, maybe some of the stuff he was doing in AEW. I remember he had like the whole hat thing, which made like, you know, it was kind of entertaining for a short term. But I think if I was to pull out something that I enjoyed from him, it might be the Real American stuff with Zeb Coulter, because that was so wild. That was like conspiracy theory, kind of we the people. It was quite an interesting approach. I don't think you'd get away with doing it in today's world, which is probably why it's, you know, you didn't quite get away with it doing it back then. So yeah, I think that was a tag team that people had opinions on, and I found to be quite edgy, and I didn't know quite how people were going to react to it. But yeah, as a wrestler, he never did it for me. I wasn't sorry when he ended up going. And I mean, he went to AEW and didn't really do a great deal, did he? I just think, honestly, he was lacking in charisma. I think he had a wrestling background, and I think that he was someone that had a good size to him. But I just think you give him a microphone, and I just think it was flat, and there just wasn't anything there. There just wasn't any character. There wasn't any charisma. There just wasn't anything to get your teeth into, unfortunately. So, not someone that I ever resonated towards. Phil said, just want to make you remember that you cannot marmalade it up, but you can jam it up. Thank you, Phil. Have we got anything else? Days, I just joined. I was at work, but I'm here now, said DK. DK, shout out to you. Yeah, we started early, bud. We started early because I knew there'd be plenty of conversation around Brock, because, of course, we're going to be hearing about Brock. Cena's going to be talking about Brock. Whether we see Brock, whether there's a message from Brock, I really don't know. But apparently we've got Cody on the show. We got Cena on the show. We got Motor City taking on Talatonga and JC Mateo. So, yeah, we've got a few bits around, but not loads. Not the biggest kind of breakdown or preview tonight. Tony said, since SmackDown is in Canada, all Americans are going to have to pay a viewing fee. Curtis said, I'd like to see a feud between Cody and Aleister Black. That match would bang. Yeah, you could do that as a little short-term thing. Obviously, Aleister needs a lot of builds in, but you could do it as a short-term thing. Leanne said, all I ask tonight is lots of jokes and humour, because it's been a very distressing day here in Las Vegas. Oh, Leanne, I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. I hope things are moving forward for you. Tristan said, I've just done my football scrimmage, representing my home team in Marietta Tigers. I'm now going to be watching SmackDown. Tristan, shout out to you, buds. Kyle said, I've sent you my picture on email. Thank you, buds. Thank you. Yes, they're on my to-do list. Connor said, do you think that Drew will come out tonight and confront the new champ? You could do. Yeah, I mean, we do need a feud and like for Cody to move on to, and that one would make sense in my opinion. So yeah, I'm not down on that. My mum and dad are in a better place than this horrible world, said Simon. Simon, shout out to you, buds. Sorry to hear. It sounds like you've suffered loss there, so I'm sorry to hear that, bud. Jay said, I love expanding my knowledge on 60s and 70s. I found out that my mom attended some WCCW shows. She got to meet the Von Erichs and the Freebirds and Bruiser Brody in the 80s. Well, to be honest with you, I'm not very good at territory stuff because I still have so much to kind of dig into with WWE in that time period. That trying to expand out into Texas WCCW or, kind of Florida or, any of the kind of territory promotions like the Carolinas and whatever. Mid-South, that's what I was trying to think. I was like, what was it called? It's Mid-South. So, all of those are ones that I don't have. I know the top end, like stars in each one, but I try to keep it like WWE where possible. But I'm quite pleased at finding that playlist. I'm definitely going to be putting that on later. Digging into some more of those episodes. Thomas said, my grandmother brought a TV back in the 40s just to watch boxing and wrestling. Yeah, people did. Gorgeous George, massive TV star. So Gorgeous George was one of the biggest names in wrestling, kind of coming in that time period, for late 40s into 50s. And, he would come out in his kind of finery and he'd have his bobby pins in his hair and they'd be like putting perfume on him. And, he would kind of act a little bit feminine. And, in those days, that just was not going to fly. Just after World War II and everything the world had been through. Here comes Gorgeous George, kind of like prancing his way down to the ring, putting on perfume and he having his like hair done up in bobby pins and his robes and all this kind of stuff. Like people were like, no, they were not feeling it. And he was, as a result, big star. People hated him, but big star. And he was a massive, massive star back in the late 40s, 50s. Unfortunately, like it didn't last, and he kind of lost a lot of money. And I think it was really unfortunate. Like at the end of his career, I think he was really struggling financially. But big name in the history of wrestling. A lot of people bought TVs so that they could watch boxing, wrestling. And wrestling was so cheap as well. When we talk about how wrestling's meant to be this cheap form of entertainment, I'm largely basing that on the fact that TV networks had wrestling on a lot when TVs first came in because it was cheap. Set a ring up, get some wrestlers, camera, that's it. You don't need like big sets and, big budgets and all this kind of stuff. And a lot of these places were doing shows anyway. So to be honest with you, it's not even that. It's just, can we put our camera in? Here's some money. We just want to show the show that you're going to do anyway. Would you mind if we just film it and show it? And they were like, yeah, sure. Just give us a bit of money and great. And so it was cheap for TV to put that stuff on. So there was a lot of wrestling coming out of World War II. And that made, as we said, certainly Gorgeous George a massive name. My grandmother used to watch Gorgeous George. Oh, really? I've seen some of his matches, of course. And, as I said, it's the kind of stuff that I think this generation would find boring. It's, grabbing a hold. But you got to remember back then, a lot more people believed what they was watching was legit. So, part of the magic of wrestling was that people just believed this to be a sport. They thought they were actually watching two people, really kind of trying to beat the other person. So, people weren't really looking with the same analytical eyes that they look with now. Now every part of the match has got to be good. The story's got to be good. The character work's got to be good. People didn't think that way back in the 40s, 50s, 60s. They weren't looking going, well, I did like the match, but I wasn't sure about this part. People weren't even remembering matches in that way. It was who won and how good did they look, like how dominant were they? And, it was that. So, yeah, it's a completely different time. I mean, those matches don't age well, of course, because if you know who wins, then it's just not going to age very well. But it is, it was gripping at the time. You would, it's the big fight tonight. It's the big fight tonight. Who's going to leave with the belt? Is Gorgeous George going to do it, kind of a thing, Back in the 80s, my friend Jesse and I would watch 3 TV wrestling shows. We would watch WCW, NWA, and WWF. Suzanne, what was the NWA show called? And was that like a roundup of the NWA? Like, what was that? Because obviously WCW, I mean, you're talking late 80s there. So, yeah, we know what that is. We know obviously what WWF would be. But what would in your market, what would the NWA show be? Would that be a roundup of the territories, or was it just based in one territory? Maybe it was your local territory. So that would be interesting to know, Susan. Let's learn. Let's learn together. James said, my mom, as a kid, saw giant haystacks against Big Daddy at our local leisure centre. Really? That's great. That's great. Do you know, that was just before my time. I mean, that is kind of... It's all done by the mid-80s, I think, World of Sport. So, I mean, World of Sport is like 60s, 70s, really. I mean, my dad, who has no interest in wrestling whatsoever, no interest, right? He's not against it. I've actually been to a show with him, but a couple of times. In fact, my dad has been with me to some of those NXT house shows. So I've been to, like, so he's not against it. I don't want to paint a picture that he's anti-wrestling. He is not. But he will not watch it. He won't go out of his way to watch it. If it's on TV, the channel's being changed, right? So he is just not interested. I was talking to him about wrestling. He was like, oh, I used to love it as a kid. I was like, what? He's like, oh, you couldn't escape it. Everyone in this country watched wrestling. Everyone would sit down. The country would stop on a Saturday. Everyone would sit down to watch Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks and Mick McManus. And where wrestling was in the UK on TV, where the country would stop and watch it, right? Because people, I think, believed it was real. And it was on free TV. So, and, the characters were larger than life and there were stories. And, I mean, imagine, WWE, but believing it, right? Believing that it's real. Like, that is kind of where the UK was in the 60s. And so, yeah, these were huge stars. Nationwide known stars. And for it to go from that to where we end up with it just being pulled off TV in the mid-80s and just the UK scene largely being dead for a generation. I mean, I think the UK wrestling scene is in a better place now. We've got Progress, we've got Rev Pro, there's green shoots. I mean, Pro Wrestling Eve deserves flowers. They've been producing some fantastic women's talent. You've got ICW, is it in Scotland? Is it Over the Top Wrestling in Northern Ireland? Like, there are some good promotions around now, but nothing that can get onto TV and actually grab the nation anymore. So my mind was blown when my dad told me he used to love watching wrestling as a kid. And he was like, you had to? Everyone watched it? I was like, wow. That wasn't WWE. That was World of Sport. That was the UK wrestling with Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks. Yeah, that was our territory, wasn't it? If you want to talk about the territories, the UK was a territory and had all of World of Sport. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. So that's great that your mom went to watch it. That's another world that I've not massively dug into. You'd think I would have, but I haven't. Again, I mean, like, I know bits. I know, like, Kendo Nagasaki and Mick McManus, and there's quite a few, but it's not a world that I've massively explored. Hannah says, bonjour. With the Paris pay-per-view soon, we could get Rene Dupree, who is the second youngest title holder behind Nicholas Cone, young Nicholas Cone. How are you? Shout out to you. Hannah, hello. Sweet Jim Wrestling said, my most precious memories with my grandparents in the 80s was staying over the weekend and watching wrestling with a bowl of corned beef and beans. And yes, I do still eat that. Corned beef and beans. I mean, in my mind, it doesn't work. But listen, if you swear by it, then, you know, God bless you. God bless you. In the 1980s, watching wrestling with corned beef and beans. Well, I mean, look, my early memories are going around my Nan and Granddad's house, watching tapes that had been left for me. And, I mean, that was me done. My Nan would make me a cup of tea. There would be a sausage sandwich or a bacon sandwich. I would be sat in front of the TV, and that would be me done. And once the tape ended, we would be watching it again. And around we would go again. And my mum would normally come back, because maybe it was like school holidays or something, and both my parents worked. So it might be school holidays, and so I'd be around my Nan and Granddad's. And my mum would come back, and they'd be like, has it been okay? And my Nan would be like, we couldn't get him away from the TV. He's just been in front of the TV. And that would be, and then my cousin might come round. We might end up playing outside a little bit, but yeah, I mean, cup of tea, sausage or bacon sandwich, watching early 90s wrestling that's been recorded for me. Oh, take me back. Today sucks compared to those memories. Absolutely amazing. If Chris Jericho returns, could we see any of these opponents? Dominic or Carmelo, LA Knight, Randy, Ricky, CM Punk, Xavier? Yes. If he comes back, he could face anyone, couldn't he? Edward said Bruno, the man with 1,000 moves, the Iron Sheik and the Wild Samoans. Yeah, some brilliant stars from back in the day. It's lovely, actually, that some of them are getting the recognition they deserve. It's lovely to hear Bruno getting mentioned quite a bit. It's lovely to hear Heyman. Heyman was talking on Ariel Helwani about how Hulk Hogan had respect for Heyman because he was only a young photographer when he first joined WWF back in the kind of early 80s. I think he was 15 years old, and he'd take pictures at ringside. And he used to travel with the Wild Samoans. They took a liking to him. Not in that way, but in a way of like, you come ride with us, kids. And, you know, he'd travel with the Wild Samoans. And so, you know, when Paul Heyman says that he has known Roman's family for a long time, he's going all the way back to the early 80s when he used to ride with Roman's, like, grandparents. You know, Afa and Sika and... actually, I think, who's Roman's dad? Is that Sika? I think Roman's dad might be Sika, mightn't it? So, not his grandparents, his uncle, and Sika, I believe, was his father. So, you know, he goes all the way back with the Wild Samoans. If you think about in wrestling terms, we've had Yokozuna, we've had Rikishi, we've had The Rock. You know, you think about, like, all of the people that have competed from that family that, you know, Heyman kind of predates those. He predates Yokozuna. He predates Rikishi. He goes all the way back to the early 80s. He goes, you know, all the way back to, as we said, really, the Wild Samoans. I'm not sure that there was anyone from the Anoa'i family before the Wild Samoans in wrestling. That's something I've never looked into. Was there, I'm sure there were wrestlers, but were there wrestlers in WWE before the Wild Samoans? Does anyone know this? Because that'd be interesting to know. For me, it starts with the Wild Samoans, but it'd be interesting to know if the Wild Samoans' parents or whatever were wrestling in Capital Wrestling or something, WWF, you know, in the 50s and the 60s. I'm not aware of that. But, yeah. It shouldn't work, but it does. We would also do that with tapes as well, said Sweet Chin Wrestling. It was the best. Just me and my granddad would have to be so quiet not to wake Nan, and we did fail a few times. Suzanne said, I got to see the Rockers. Earthquake. Oh, yeah, I asked Suzanne that question, didn't I? I'm sure she did give me an answer. I got to see Hogan, Piper, Macho Man, Sherry, Elizabeth, Dusty, Sapphire. It was Florida Wrestling, right? So that would have been like Florida Championship Wrestling, would it? David said WWE are now putting tariffs on American fans. What, going to ESPN? Yeah, it's obviously been a very upsetting time for certain people. I don't know what it's going to result in. I don't know that now the dust set. I don't know. I'm hoping it doesn't change too much. I mean, it was interesting to look and see that Peacock was in 40 million homes and ESPN is in 70 million. That was interesting. That says to me that, okay, there is an opportunity there. But, I mean, how many of that 30 million extra are you going to be able to get to watch your product? I mean, the good thing you've got to say about ESPN, I know it's largely negative. People have got to pay extra money. I understand. But the good thing is that ESPN have got, obviously, Super Bowl, and they've got, like, loads of sports. They've got the Disney machine behind them. And so WWE going into that world with those partners, that's powerful, isn't it? That is powerful. They can really push and promote. I mean, WWE's social media presence is monstrous, but just add in the backing of something like ESPN is just huge. So I can understand that they're getting 1.6 billion, right, which is mental money. I mean, it is mental money. 1.6 billion for their PLEs. That doesn't even get Raw or SmackDown. It doesn't even get the NXT PLEs. It doesn't get the back catalogue, right? It just gets 10 shows a year. 10 shows a year. For how many years? Is it 5 years? 1.6 billion. That is crazy. So, yeah, they're going to get to work with them. But the downside, of course, is that if you don't have ESPN, which we did a quick poll the other day and it seemed like it was 50-50, you're going to have to spend that $29.99 rather than what you spend right now. So, yeah, it just sucks. Anyone that's got to spend extra money to watch WWE, it sucks. There's nothing more that can be said, but I think it's going to get us all eventually. I think, even us in the UK, we are eating good because we get all the PLEs, Raw, SmackDown, NXT, everything on Netflix. And, I mean, it's just not going to stay like that, is it? I mean, it's just not. Eventually, we'll end up getting screwed as well. I've got no doubt about that. This is as good as it's ever going to get for us right now. I've got ESPN on my cable, but it doesn't mean I don't pay extra for this new streaming service, said Ms. Vicky. I think that is what was being implied, was that if you had it as part of your subscription, you should be able to get access to this app already. So there is confusion around it. Dave Meltzer said what you've just said, but then I've seen other tweets, including one from Ariel Hawani, where Ariel Hawani says that it appears if you've already subscribed to ESPN, you should get this new service for free. So I will be the first to say, just as I said in Unseen, that the communication on this has been garbage, horrible. They've been focused more on what it means for them than what it means for their consumers. I mean, really, you'd want a lovely, clear message. If it is true that you already subscribed to ESPN, you don't have to pay this extra. Wouldn't you be shouting that? Wouldn't you be shouting that? Because there's going to be a chunk of your audience that are going to benefit by having that news, hearing that news. So I don't know why they haven't shouted that, but they haven't. It's all they've been saying is, wow, this is such an opportunity. WWE is a market leader in what we do, and we know that ESPN are a market leader in what they do. So bringing these two great brands together, what an opportunity for growth. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, it's just been that. It's just been, this is great for us. Rather than, can you please explain to the fans the stuff they need to know? Can you make this a bit clearer? Because there is a lot of mixed messaging. So, I agree. It's not been very clear at all. Do we think Seth's group is going to lead to Seth Braun at Mania? No. Not that quickly. I think that this group has got legs in it. I mean, if you think about how long the Bloodline were together, and think about how inexperienced Bron Breakker is, like, this is a way of getting him on TV and getting him involved, and eventually there'll be a split, but I can't see that split coming as soon as WrestleMania next year. That seems a bit quick to me. But is it true Triple H could play Kratos from God of War? Not heard anything about that. David said UFC pay-per-views are like $90. I wonder if WWE will follow suit. Well, I mean, they've got to balance it, haven't they? They've got to balance it in regards to if they do put the price to that level, who's going to pay it? You know, who's gonna actually pay that, and what would that actually do? I mean, there's a sweet spot where you can get money. People will pay money, and you'll get X amount of people. Obviously, the higher the cost, the lower the amount of people. So where on that scale, right? Do you go cheap and have lots of people buy it, or do you go expensive and have not many people buy it? How much money would you generate if it was that compared to that compared to that? Like, on the scale, there is a sweet spot. And I don't know where it is, right? But there is a spot where you would make the most amount of money. And it's not necessarily charge the highest amount, because if you charge the highest amount, you'll probably get the lowest amount of people buying it. And so that might result in you making 2 million in tickets. But actually, if you went that way, cheap, and have loads of people buy, you might make 2.5 million if you do that. So, you know, not everywhere on the scale is even with the amount of money you would make. So it's about where's the right line. And obviously WWE are still sort of playing around with that. They're still exploring that. So it's not just a case of let's push it up to the highest we can make it. Because you don't want to do that, because obviously then you're going to end up with decimating your crowds, and you need a crowd. You still want to be selling tickets. I mean, this is why sometimes you see the ticket price is really high, and then when we get closer to the event, if the tickets haven't sold, you hear like ticket prices coming down so that they can, you know, get more people in the building. So ticket prices come down to increase the attendance. So yeah, it's they're constantly trying to find that sweet spot, aren't they? And the same would be true with, you know, pay-per-view pricing or whatever. I mean, we don't need to worry about that right now because it's going over to ESPN, $29.99 a month, and apparently you don't pay anything extra on top of that. But one day, you know, it might get to the point where it does go back to that model, you know. It might go back to where you do have to pay for each individual pay-per-view like we used to before the network. Daze, are we ever going to make us subscribe for DSPN, for Daze streams? Well, I don't think so, to be honest. There's certainly no plans for it. And I think we can all agree that there's no content being provided here that's worthy of going behind a paywall. So, no, I think you're fine for now, to be honest. But John said, do we think fans are overreacting to the ESPN deal? Or do we think it's understandable? I think some fans are overreacting, says John. Yeah, I don't think they're overreacting. I think it depends on your financial situation. And I think we have to understand not everyone's in the same boat. So, you know, no one wants to spend more money, do they, if they don't have to? I think everyone's working to some sort of budget. I mean, I don't know about you, but I ain't drowning in much free money, right? There's not much that's swimming around for me. Hence why I'm here night after night after night after night, because, you know, I am trying to save for my own place as well. So really any kind of spare money that is around either goes back into the channel or goes into I'd like to try and get a house before I die fund, right? So it's one of those situations where you can really understand that if you were spending $9.99 for, you know, staying in and watching your wrestling, now you got to spend $29.99. Well, you can understand why people would put a tweet out about that. You can understand why that's worthy of a, what the mate, this world is trying to beat me down every way it can. Jeez, if I go out for a drink, I got to remortgage the house these days. So it's like, now you want to just stay in and watch the wrestling, you know? I'm gonna stay in. I'm gonna watch the wrestling. I'm gonna be no bother to anyone, right? I ain't gonna go out partying. I ain't gonna go out to loads of gigs and concerts and meeting up with friends for expensive drinks. I'm not gonna be buying loads of outfits. I'm not gonna be buying a new car or going on holiday. I'm just gonna stay in and I'm gonna watch my wrestling and I'm gonna be no problem to anyone. And then all of a sudden they go, you know that $9.99 you were spending? $29.99 now. Or if you want, for a year, you can spend $300, and we'll give you a little bit of money off if you do that. We'll do you that deal. So I can't sit and criticize those that are disappointed and frustrated about it. I can't sit here and go, yeah, I think people are overreacting, because honestly, it's hard, isn't it? It's hard. There's people that are living paycheck to paycheck. There's people that are not going out, that are staying in. And this is one of the kind of comforts they have. This is one of the forms of entertainment they enjoy, which is to sit and watch the wrestling. And, I'm a big believer in that should be accessible to as many people as possible. I mean, I'd love it to be on free TV. I'd love it to be a case that the kids can watch it and everyone talks about it. And, I'm a big believer in make it accessible. Wrestling is a cheap form of entertainment. And I know WWE do all the sizzle with the pyro and big names and costume changes and all the drama, so I get there's a cost that comes with that. So at the end of the day, WWE have looked at their offers, and ESPN, who are a big machine with great reach, professionalism, they do the Super Bowl, all this stuff, right? They've come in with a monster offer of 1.6 billion. And it's one of those where I get why WWE didn't turn it down. Why should WWE turn it down? 1.6 billion. I think I understand. You understand. I think everyone understands. But the end result is that people are now going to have to spend money, or certain people are going to have to spend money that they're not spending right now, that they might not even have. And as I keep saying, as someone that grew up with not much money, and as someone that grew up with not having enough money to have the sports channels, we couldn't have Sky. We didn't have the money for it. We couldn't afford exact same boat. We couldn't afford the monthly payment for the sports channels that WWE was shown on. So I didn't have it. I couldn't watch it. I couldn't sit down and just watch it. I had to wait for the videotapes. Now, this is not me playing the violin, because I love the way I grew up, and I love the fact that I didn't have access immediately, because thankfully my uncle did, and that meant I could wait to get the videotapes, and it just, I was so excited. I mean, yeah, of course I would have loved to have watched it live and whatever, but waiting a week was fine. And then, actually, you'd wait the week, you'd get in the car, but oh my God. I'm going to get the WrestleMania tape, I'm going to get the SummerSlam tape. And so you would go and it'd be there waiting. And you'd be like, oh my God. And you'd be like, can I watch it now? It's like, no, people want to watch TV. And it's like, well, I want to watch TV. And so then I had to wait to get back, and I had a little VHS player in my room. So I could just go up to my room, I had a TV. I mean, it was just a cheap little thing with a little VHS, and that was me done then. So I can't sit and say that people are necessarily overreacting. I don't know what people's financial positions are like. And I can understand people just in any kind of situation not wanting to have to spend more money. So I get it. But the flip side of that same coin is I also understand that WWE, I don't think, had much of a choice. I don't know what other offers are on the table. I mean, if it turns out they could have took a 1.5 billion deal to have stayed with Peacock, then I might be angry. Because, for that kind of amount of money, 1.6 compared to 1.5, one's going to charge people $29.99, the other's going to be $9.99. It would have been nice if they could have gone with a slightly less deal that could have resulted in people, not having to spend as much. It'd be nice if WWE could do that for the fans, and actually say, what great PR that would have been. We're signing a massive deal. We've signed 1.55 billion. And there was actually a bigger offer on the table that we were really excited by. But that would have resulted in our fans having to spend $29.99. And in this current climate, we want to make wrestling as accessible as possible. And so we actually, took this amazing deal and were so excited to work with Peacock still. They've been great partners. So even though this wasn't the biggest deal on the table, it works better for our fans. Oh, mate, that would be celebrated. I'd celebrate that. I'd be like, yes. Yes. Oh, my God, more companies do this. Put your fans first if you can. But I don't know what other offers are on the table. I mean, Peacock might have been like, do you want $1 billion? And over here, 1. I mean, that's huge, isn't it? 1.6 from ESPN and $1 billion from I don't even know what else was on the table. So I can't really criticize in the sense of they're being greedy and all that, because I don't know what the options were. There might not have been a choice, and if I was in the same situation, I might have done the exact same thing. Whereas, you've got to put your business, first. You've got to make sure that you are making money and you're making the best decisions for your company. And if they genuinely felt this was it, then, well, this was it. But I do feel really sorry for those affected. I'm always on the side of the fans because, I've grown up as one, haven't I? And I talk to you guys. So, I mean, it would be a bit weird for me to be like, no, God, charge them more. They're moaning. They're only getting charged 20. They should be thankful it's not $89.99 a month. Yeah? Ungrateful fans. Listen, without the fans, that company is nothing. So, I can't really say that it's an overreaction, but I think there's probably quite a few people that can afford it. They're just having a little grumble in that regard. The ESPN app is $29.99. Hang on. The ESPN app is $21.99. I can't see them charging more to those that have it. They would miss out on money. I don't see why the price would go up if WWE got a raise, said Tyler. Well, it's going on to a new platform, isn't it? And this new platform is $29.99. It's ESPN D2C, direct to consumer. So apparently it's a new platform that's $29.99. And it seems to imply that if you're already subscribed and you already pay for ESPN, it seems to imply that you get this new service, with it. There is uncertainty around that, though, because I've seen Dave Meltzer saying no to YouTube TV. Someone said I get ESPN through YouTube TV. Does that mean I get this new app? And Dave Meltzer said at the moment, no. But then there's something in the small print that sort of suggested yes. So there is just great confusion. And I wish I could provide more kind of information, but this is where I just think the communication has been awful and very, very frustrating. So we'll have to see. I'm sure there'll be more information that kind of comes out the closer that we get to it, of course. That comes into effect 2026. So there's still a way to go before we have to worry about that. What it's going to do, I honestly don't know what it's going to mean for people, if there are those that, for example, decide they just can't keep watching, they can't find them, and there will be people that just won't be able to find that money. Peacock hasn't got my support, said Trav. I'm looking forward to leaving. If you start to watch a PLE too far in, then you can't start from the beginning. In some cases, if you do, then you can't finish watching. Really? J Pie said, do we think Brock will retire soon? I could believe it. Yeah, I could believe that he would. I mean, I don't know what you mean by soon. But, I mean, he's getting on in age, isn't he? I don't think he needs money. And he's still been getting paid. But, Yeah, we're certainly towards the back end of his career, aren't we? Christopher said we will pay the $29.99 for ESPN, then Netflix $17.99. International fans have got it good. I agree. The Paramount Plus merger with Skydance goes into effect at the end of the month. They're going to look to merge with Peacock. If that merge does happen, then the Skydance leadership will be in charge. I don't quite know what that means. I mean, obviously they're with Peacock till the end of the year. I don't know kind of what WWE's relationship with Peacock is after December. So, but yes, I mean, with all these mergers and things, it gets a bit confusing. So maybe they will be with Skydance. I don't know anything about Skydance. Or only that it sounds like something out of the Terminator. Cody Cena against Drew Logan, main event tonight, as per PW Insider. Oh, wow. Really? That makes sense. I can believe that. I think we all thought there was a chance Drew might make his presence felt, so... That's pretty big, isn't it? A John Cena match tonight. That's pretty big. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Said Delwyn, I'm in the minority on this, but I'm happy that Brock is back. I don't know if you are, to be honest, but I don't know. I just can't get a read as to if we was somehow to ask every single person in the WWE universe, I don't know what that percentage would be. So if you are in the minority, I don't think it's by loads. I think there are lots of people out there that feel that they're really pleased that Brock's back as well. He might be the best physical, technical wrestler I've ever seen. Him against Gunther, 6 on that match. People screaming, want to see that match. Take my money, says Delwyn. So Delwyn's excited about Brock Gunther. Excited about Brock being back. And Delwyn, honestly, I appreciate your honesty, buds. I appreciate your honesty. There's many people that feel the same way that you do. So I don't think that you kind of have to worry about having the whole chat turn on you or anything. And plus, I'd like to think we're a more supportive community than that. Appreciate the support, Delwyn. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Friday Night Smackdown, said Blue Will Sonic. We're about to start. Let's go. Do we think we see Seth and Roman at WrestleMania 42? I think there's a good chance of it, yes. I mean, obviously Seth's got Roman's wise man. And obviously just had a big match with Roman and Punk. And Roman's obviously very involved with Seth's group. And you know, they've kind of faced each other. I mean, they're just eternal rivals, aren't they? Seth and Roman, so... Definitely we're getting that match at some point in the near future. It would have to be a big show as well. Mohammed said, I slept whilst waiting for the stream. I just woke up. Hope they don't drag Cena-Brock feud to more than one match. Hopefully Gunther is not Cena's last opponent. Mohammed, thank you. We're just seeing what went down with... this Cena-Cody match. That salute was cool, wasn't it? I like that. I like the salute. I also like the fact that Cody beat what is genuinely the best version of John. I mean, he beat John in one of John's best matches. I mean, that you have managed to convince me that is the very best version of John we could have right now, you know? So I do believe that, you know, you've done a good job of making me believe this was a passing of the torch moment, you know. Ray said, if you haven't checked it out yet, watch WWE Unreal, then you're missing out, said Raymond. Daze Shesko is going to sign his contract on Saturday morning, and then he will be at Old Trafford. Yeah, good. Great signing. Really excited by that, but I'll be probably more excited if we can also get that midfielder. Here's John. Here's John. Let's go. Cena coming out. Going over to the fans. Babyface John. First time we've seen Babyface John in a while on these shows. Obviously, he announced that he turned face on Friday a week ago. But he came out as a heel on that show. So it's been a while since we've seen Babyface John. We're getting close. Loud Cena chants. Let's go to work, says Cena. That heel turn absolutely sucked. Absolutely sucked. I can say that wholeheartedly now. Because these reactions, you could have been getting these all year. This monstrous reaction of everyone behind John, happy to see him. You'd get this in every single arena. I feel like you robbed so many people of this. I mean, it's just everyone behind Cena in it. More merch as well than what we've probably seen on other shows. Loads of those red Cena shirts. So much excitement for John. Massive, massive cheer for John as well. As you can imagine. I'll tell you something that kind of strikes me, and that is, I mean, it's not a surprise, but the crowd aren't bothered about, like, all the stuff he's said as a heel. None of it has stuck. You know, all that stuff that he said about how he's always resented us and you lot never appreciated the title. You've always held me back. You're toxic. All those things that he said. They clearly didn't land. They clearly didn't connect. No one gives a flip about them. No one's holding it against him. It's like he faffed around with a heel turn. We had to tolerate it, and now finally he's back. Flipping hate that heel turn. The moment's amazing, because totally didn't expect it. Heel run's horrible. We've come a long way, says John. Is he going to apologise? Sorry for everything that I said before. They were afraid. They thought the audience would hijack the show. Are we in Montreal? I can't remember where we are. The audience. I've always known the audience is the show. It's just like the heel turn didn't happen. It's like it didn't happen. I've always known the audience is the show. Also, please forget what I said the past few months. Thank you. There are people everywhere, says John. The noise in here is deafening. You can feel the energy at home. So Cena says, sometimes it can get scary standing here when you lot are singing. It's really getting the crowds hyped up. It's a great crowd. It's a noisy crowd. It's a loud crowd. They're here for a good time. This is like a Raw after WrestleMania type crowds. Really noisy, really energetic, really excited. Okay, so he's like, even though I might be afraid at times, I let you enjoy yourselves, and they're chanting away. I'd like to know where this is going, to be honest. I'd like to know where this is going. Trust me, it doesn't last forever. Are we going to look at the dates now, maybe? That's now prompted, thank you, Cena chants. Thank you, Cena. A few people not chanting it. It's kind of fun to see all the people chanting it and then just the odd person, like. Thank you, Cena. Thank you, says John back to the crowds. $11 left after tonight. 11 left. We're getting down to the final 10. You guys put up with me for a while. I'm afraid that I'm just going to let you down because whatever I give won't be enough. I'm afraid I'm struggling with this. You're gonna forget about me thing. I'm struggling with this. Crowd are chanting no. Boos for Brock. First mention of Brock. Ooh. I don't know in what universe. That's a really interesting line. I don't know in what universe I would ever choose Brock Lesnar. But I don't know in what universe I would ever back down from Brock Lesnar. Is this John basically saying, I didn't pick John. I didn't pick Brock. I'm not going to back down from him, but I didn't pick him. Are you listening, Triple H? Triple H, are you listening? I didn't pick him. I know what you said, Triple H. I know what you implied. Brock Lesnar, when you want some, come get some. Did Cena choose him? It doesn't sound like it, said Carl. No, I think we'd already heard he hadn't, though. He came out, didn't he, and said, they deal them, I play them. What's this? Come get some. So Cena's in the ring just waiting. If you want some, come get some. And that brings out Logan. So that brings out Logan Paul. And there's loud boos for Logan. If you want some, come get some. Logan says, Real Russ, Logan. Boos for Logan. So Logan trying to get a word out, but the crowd aren't letting him. Whatever this is making me sick, says Logan. Crowd are booing Logan, as you would imagine, as he's getting in the ring. F you, Logan, is the chant. I mean, it is quite a job, isn't it, to walk into an arena and have, like, 20-odd thousand people telling you, like, F you. You might have just made the biggest mistake of your life, says Cena. Jared, shout out to you, buds. Logan. Logan Paul. Cena calls Logan the biggest dumbass. He says whatever the bosses tell him to say. I mean, that is true, actually. They did tell him to turn heel. Logan wants a match with John. People cheer that. People are actually cheering that. I'd be like, no, thank you. Can we not get Finn Balor or someone? No, thank you. No, thanks. In the middle of France. Logan's like, no, we're not going to do it here. Clash in Paris. When Logan moves his lips, he's lying, said George. Drew is attacking. So Drew jumps in the ring. Attacks Cena. They're stomping away. Here's Cody. Cody Rhodes making his way down to the ring. And shots coming in by Cody. And over the top rope goes Drew to the outside. Cena grabs the microphone. Cody comes down. Wow, so we are doing the match in Paris? It is going to be John, Logan. So it is John Cena, Logan Paul. One of John Cena's final opponents is going to be Logan Paul. So Drew and Logan against John Cena, Cody Rhodes tonight, main event. John Cena says the champ is here. He points over at Cody. Wow. Well, there we go. I mean, obviously, just before SmackDown started, we'd been told about this as the main event. But it seems like we are still getting Logan and John at Paris. I mean, it makes sense in regards to Logan is truly hated. So, you know, massive babyface, John Cena against massive heel, Logan Paul. But, you know, I just feel sorry for the wrestlers that were hoping to have a match with John before he called it quits, you know. Instead, we're putting in the social media guy that people boo because they genuinely don't like. Jared said Cena has been told to say that, to turn it into a story to clear Triple H by saying that Cena asked, said Jared. Honestly, I think that I don't know if Triple H didn't just kind of say something and didn't really think about it. I don't know how much he kind of thought what he was saying through. When he said that Cena asked to face a list of people and were working through that list, I don't know that he was necessarily talking about Brock in that moment, and I'm not sure. But I think Cena has been very, very clear that Brock was not someone he requested. Well, there we go. That was a pretty big open, wasn't it? It's eaten up 20 minutes of this show. We got Motor City Machine Guns. They're obviously still feeling the effects of what went down at that TLC match. Daze, what do you mean when you said that Haystacks was in your time? No, I said it was before my time. Motor City, Machine Guns, JC and Tala next, said Connor. Okay, Motor City making their way out, and we are going to that match. That is our first match. The real Cody Crybabies are the ones when his champ stopping by keeping it going days. Love the cool ones in the chat. Been a while. Alan, shout out to you. Don't quite understand the comment. Just stopping by, keep it going. Love the cool ones in the chat, says Alan. Alan, shout out to you, buds. Motor City Machine Guns versus JC and Tala. I mean, I'm thinking JC and Tala should win. I can't see Tala taking the loss here. Are they trying to make JC and Tala a tag team, like a proper tag team? Got to do something with them, haven't you? Daze, if you read my comment, you would completely understand, says William. It struck me that Cena did retire that undisputed title. That reaction tonight makes me think maybe the heel turn was smart, said the Toby Robinson. Instead of lagging retirement tour, they gave him a grandstand finish. Well, I'm going to politely disagree. I think it was awful. I think you've robbed a load of people of, like, I think you'd have got those reactions on a regular basis because that you're not playing to the same fans. Cena has been to many places for his last time and he won't go back to them. So those fans in those areas would have given him huge monster reactions. But instead, you had him heel and berate in the crowds. It's kind of hard to cheer for him when he's, telling you he doesn't like you, doesn't respect you, doesn't need your support. You've always let him down. I mean, if anything, they did well to sell as many shirts and keep the support for him as strong as it was. I just feel sorry for those people. Plus, also, it felt so fake, so phony. I mean, John Cena's made more Make-A-Wishes than anyone else. I mean, it just wasn't a natural fit. It just didn't feel like him. I didn't believe it. It just felt like a nonsense, honestly. So I think you can look at this and go, wow, what a big reaction. That's amazing. The heel turn was probably worth it. But actually, I don't look at it that way. I look at it as you could have been having those reactions week in, week out for months because every town would have been different. Every crowd would have been different. Every place he goes to is like the last time he's going to go there. Every crowd would have been hungry and desperate to have supported him. But actually, all you've done for months is put cold water over those places. So I can't say that this is like a bigger crowd reaction than we would have got in those other places. I just think that it feels great now because we've done so much rubbish for the past few months. So we've done a load of rubbish, and so now this feels great. But we could have had this week in, week out, We could have been doing some really compelling stories with him as a babyface. I mean, John Cena's whole career was as a babyface. So the idea that we couldn't book anything compelling for him as a babyface in this final year is madness when this guy has been babyface throughout his career. So, not for me. I'm going to politely disagree. I just think that it was a nonsense. I think the heel turn was a truly shocking moment, but I think that the heel run was just not good. I just didn't think it was believable. I didn't find it to be, that interesting, and yeah, not for me. This is much, much better. Much, much better. Hannah said, with Cena back face, it's time to get the real tour now. But we've only got little time left. Cena is old versus young, or do a list of things before retiring. Well, I don't know. I mean, obviously, unfortunately, you've got like some dates now where you've got, what did he say? Is it 11 dates after this, or there's only 11 dates left? So 10 dates after this. I mean, one of those is going to have to be Survivor Series. One of those is going to have to be Paris. One of those is going to have to be Saturday night's main event. One of those is probably going to be in Australia for Crown Jewel. So, I mean, once you actually take out like the PLEs that we've got left, you're probably only left with like 5 or 6 Raws, SmackDowns to build those, because you're going to have to build them. So, I mean, we just ain't got much to play with. There just isn't much to play with. You need an episode to kind of build to the pay-per-view, and then you've got the actual pay-per-view itself. So I don't think that with so little shows left, we can be too adventurous. And obviously, they've obviously got some ideas as to who they want him to face, but I don't know, man. I don't really understand the Logan thing. The only thing I can say is it is one of their biggest heels. So, and he is a big name. So, perhaps from a business point of view, it makes sense. But God, of all the people that you'd like to see him go up against before he retires, like, I could make a pretty good list before reaching Logan Paul. But there we go. That is the John Cena opponent. It's been revealed for Paris. He is going to be facing Logan Paul. I wonder if he will face Drew. Some people were hoping he would find time to go to like NXT or TNA. I know that Joe Hendry was looking for the match, but I mean, it just doesn't look like we're going to have time, does it? I, to be honest, wasn't expecting that, so I can't say that's something that I think we're going to, you know, necessarily be missing out on. I wasn't really expecting it. So, Cody Rhodes, John Cena against Logan Drew. We've just been at commercial break. Okay, Motor City are in the ring. Kader said, I'm pretty sure Logan probably asked and begged. Yeah. It could be that, you know, they've kind of done that for him. Again, I don't think it's one that John would have requested. Again, he's very much, you know, you deal him, I'll play him. Okay, here we go. We've got Solo, JC, Tala, and Tongaloa making their way down. So we're nearly we're nearly a quarter of the way through this show. Nearly a quarter of the way through this show already. Motor City are in the ring. Here come the MFTs. Trinidad Flag Guy's in the crowds. I don't know if Green Shirt Guy's in the crowd. Trinidad Flag Guy's in the crowds. This group stinks, says Johnny. Macarai said, I'm guessing the next time we see Brock is Paris. Could that be when he attacks Cena? Yeah, good point. So Brock and Cena, we thought we were going to get in Paris. So yeah, I could see Brock being there and attacking Cena. I don't know when we're getting Brock Cena. I wonder if this is going to be Australia or Survivor Series. I mean, there's not many options. That's definitely a match that we're getting before he retires. If John's not earned every wrestling fan respect, they need to quit watching, says Alan. I think, well, I don't know. I can't speak for everyone. I think he's earned the vast majority. I mean, this place was going crazy for John Cena. Absolutely crazy. And I've got respect for John. Even if you take the wrestling stuff away, to be the record breaker, the record holder for the most Make-A-Wishes, I mean, that's... You've got to give him his flowers. I mean, that's just incredible. All those kids that he's going to have, like, you know, made a massive difference to, you know, I mean, nothing but respect. Motor City on the outside, grabbing JC. JC being thrown back in the ring. Here's Tala. Kicks coming in by Motor City. We've got JC in the corner. Motor City are enjoying the early exchanges here. Tongaloa is getting involved, and I really don't think he needs to. Talatonga now. Bang! Alex Shelley going into the barricades. Is this going to take us to commercial break again, is it? So we've already had a bit of outside interference, a distraction. There's Solo. Solo's got a chair. He's sat watching the action. Of course, Solo has still got that United States Championship. Take a 99, he said, Daze, with a lot of us in the US saying that we're going to use VPNs now. Do we think Netflix will interfere with this workaround? Well, I don't really see how they are going to. I mean, or even why they would care. WWE, you know, it's Netflix are going to benefit by a lot of Americans signing up to Netflix. So it's not really in Netflix's interest to prevent that, is it? If you're going to get around the cost of ESPN by using a VPN and then signing up for UK Netflix, then that's just great for UK Netflix, isn't it? So I don't really understand why Netflix would, want to prevent that. Elbow drop there by Talatonga. I mean, whenever you see VPNs being advertised, it's always Netflix that's used as the example, isn't it? Like, oh, did you know they have different shows in Japanese Netflix or US Netflix? I mean, for us, it's always like US Netflix or Canada Netflix. They have different shows over there. Like, if you use a VPN, you can enjoy a load of shows that you can't normally get. And I'm sure in America, it's like European Netflix or Australian Netflix or whatever. So that's always used as the example, Netflix, for VPNs and why they're worth using and getting. So, I can't really see a crackdown. Maybe WWE would put some pressure on Netflix, but I don't know. Good luck with that. Good luck, WWE, putting pressure on Netflix. Shot coming in. I'm confused. Why are we getting Logan John instead of John Brock? What's the reason for Brock attacking John? Well, it's setting a matchup, isn't it? It's just, it doesn't seem like it's going to pay off at Paris. I don't know when it pays off. I don't know if it's built into Survivor Series or what it's actually built into, but it's seemingly not Paris, and I thought it would be Paris. I think a lot of people thought it was Paris, because obviously Clash in Paris is next. Right now, we've got Tala in there in control. Daze, I watch Raw from the Caribbean channel Rush Sports. I live in America with a VPN, said Christopher. Oh, really? Not heard of that, but not heard of Rush Sports. That's interesting. Defcon, hello. Of course, they're going to get involved. There's action figures to sell. Of course, they're going to get involved. There's action figures to sell. Don't know what we're talking about. Irish Sam said, whatever happened to R-Truth and his storyline? We touched on that just before SmackDown. I don't think there's any creative for him. I don't think there's any story for him. He was getting released, so they didn't have any plans. So I think, unfortunately, they're now probably trying to find a way of working him into future storylines. But these kind of storylines at the moment, he wasn't in, was he? They didn't have any plans to include him. Missed opportunity doing Cena Drew in Paris, said Mash. Paul gotta have had his match tonight. Logan Paul's got to have his match tonight. Yeah, that would have been good, actually. Imagine a back and forth between Drew and Cena. Imagine how great the social media stuff would have been. Because his feud with CM Punk was great. Crossbody there by Saban. Jared said, I still can't work out the "you guys will forget me" line. 99% it won't happen. But what if Cody turns heel tonight in Montreal? When Brock said, I did it for The Rock. I honestly, I don't get that. I don't get the "you guys are going to... I'm worried you guys will forget me." I don't understand. I feel like that's something that's been thrown around in the creative room. I feel like creative are like, what if John sort of says to the fans, I'm worried you're going to forget me, and obviously that's going to get the fans like chanting no and all this kind of... I mean, I don't know. Sitting at home, it just seems like nonsense. I mean, John Cena is... They call him the GOAT. For many people, he is the biggest star in WWE history. I mean, the idea that he's going to get forgotten is like... I don't get it. I don't know. I feel like they're saying words because they need to say some words. It's like we need to do a promo and we need the crowd to be sympathetic to John. Why don't they just say, I'm really going to miss this? I really don't want to go. And then the crowd can be like, please don't go. Please don't go. Like something along those lines. Instead of like, I'm worried you're going to forget me. Ain't no one going to forget John Cena. Yeah. Do you know what? I don't feel, right, to be honest, just to put a bow on the John Cena conversation, I think it would have been great if Triple H and John had sat down and planned the whole year out and got it really mapped out, got it really sorted, and got everything like nailed. It sort of feels like there's a lot of different cooks in the kitchen. Tala gets the victory. I sort of feel like some of this stuff is like, that's a bit weird, man. I don't really understand that. I'm going to take the belt to ruin wrestling, and then a week later is like, I want to take the belt still, but not to ruin wrestling. Just because I don't want you to forget about me. And then again, he's talking about being forgotten about. It's like, that's weird. I feel like someone in creative has kind of brainstormed that. So yeah, I agree with you, Jared. It's not an appealing part of the narrative for me, but so it's not a big deal either. It's just a bit strange. I think it's just so the kids can say no, really, innit? It's so that the kids can let their voices be heard. We won't forget about you. This is what greatness looks like, says Solo. So, first match, done. You are looking at the soon-to-be tag team champs. That's going to put them on a collision course with the Wyatts. So, are the Wyatts now going to be coming after these guys? Because if they're going after tag titles... I'm ready to fight. I'm feeling good. There's no one back there to fight me. I love Solo saying that and then go... This is the last place I want to wrestle. I'm not sure they're going to make it out the ring before someone interrupts. Okay, it's Nick Aldis. Nick Aldis said not so fast. Who's he got up his sleeve? Okay. Okay. Oh. Sammy, maybe. It is Sammy! Sami Zayn! The hometown hero! Let's go! Yeah, great reaction for Sammy. Wow, we're going to get Sammy against Solo. This could bang. This could actually bang. But the other thing, though, is that just before we got this moment, Solo was saying that JC and Tala are going to go after those tag titles. So that might put Solo's group on a collision course with the Wyatt Six. So that could be a big feud that's on the horizon, maybe Survivor Series or something. There's no female in that group, though, for Nikki to go after. But, yeah, interesting. I really feel like we're moving things forward following SummerSlam tonight. So, and this match is going to bang. This match should bang. This match should be really, really good. Right, if you look back at Cena's turn months ago, would you say was the reason for going wrong? Some people felt that Cena was rusty with promos or Dwayne forgetting. I just think there's a lot of stuff. I mean, first of all, you've got Cena turning heel in the year that he's going to places for the final time. I mean, you've got people buying tickets to say thank you for everything, and this is their last chance to see him. He's not going back to some of these places. These people wanted to come out and say thank you. These are people that, you know, might have had some real tough times. And, you know, Cena might have been there to help them through. I mean, you hear it all the time. People saying that they were struggling in their lives and Cena was a big help to them. And, you know, I think it's one thing to turn him heel and then you can always go back to these places in the future. But you're not going to do that, are you, now with Cena? This is it. This is the retirement tour. So I think you've honestly had a crowd that have wanted to do what this crowd did. I think you've had a lot of those crowds. But instead, they've just been berated and told they suck and that they're, they take the energy out of him and they're toxic. And so they've had to just sort of sit there and go, thank you, Cena. Thank you, Cena. Thank you, Cena. It's all right if you don't like me at the moment. I'm sorry if I did something wrong. I didn't realise I was doing anything wrong, but thank you, Cena, for everything. I still bought your shirt, but... So, you know, we've just gone through shows like that. And I think as well, like, it's so hard for him to turn around and say, go off on the fans, when the fans recently have supported him more than ever. You know, he's been getting reactions recently where the whole crowd have been behind. We haven't even had thank you, Cena, Cena sucks. That only came back when he turned heel. Before that, it was just the whole place going, oh my God, this guy, what a legend. You know, it was just a crowd that just flipping loved it. And as I said, I just didn't buy it. I didn't buy it because this is the guy that's broke the record for the most Make-A-Wishes. This is just like genuine nice guy. We know enough about John Cena to know he's just, everything you hear is just a genuine nice person. So for him to choose now, it just felt so fake, so phony. Just didn't buy it. There's just nothing about it that I liked. And I can say that now that it's done. Now that I can honestly look back at it and review it, I didn't like it. Just, I think it sucks. But, you know, it is what it is. It's also in the past. And on we go. We've still got plenty of dates left. Those fans that buy a ticket to see John now can, you know, enjoy moments like tonight. I just hope that we've got some good stories lined up, you know? I mean, we're doing something with Brock, but it's just a bit of a shame, isn't it, about that situation? This crowd's still going crazy. Sammy has just been in the crowds, and they've just all been fired up. This is going to be red hot. They're going to be right behind him. So, Sammy in the ring. I mean, I have no desire to see Sammy win this. I don't even know if the title's on the line, but Sammy doesn't need to win the United States Championship. I suppose he could have a run with it till the end of the year, but he doesn't need it. We've definitely ticked the mid-card box for Sammy. Do we think WWE will choose the Cena match tonight so that he can do the Brock one-on-one? Do we think Brock can come back tonight? I'm not expecting Brock tonight. I think we're definitely doing the Brock match, but it seems like it's Cena-Logan in Paris. So I'm not expecting Brock tonight, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible. We could get the Brock match. We could get Brock tonight, I mean, during the match. Sammy versus Solo then. We are underway with match number 2. Let's get the score for our opening tag match. Crowd are laying away. It's great support for Sammy. Big smile on his face. The hometown hero getting the reaction you would imagine. Brilliant crowd though tonight. Really vocal, really energetic. Solo has got his hands over his ears. Sammy is extra fired up right now. Sammy is ready for Solo. They're locking up. And Sammy is just pumped. Sammy has got the crowds, the cheers coursing through his veins. And we've got loud Sammy chants. Oh, this feels better. This is nice. Are you ready? You remember this? You remember acknowledging? Shot coming in there by Sammy. I think Solo was like, you remember when we used to do this? Yeah, you remember us back in the day? They did run together in the bloodline. Elbow coming in there by Solo. Shot coming in there by Sammy. Driving Solo back. Big chop. Solo goes back to the corner. Sammy is up. He's going to look to throw down some shots. And he is raining some blows down. Good 87 for our opening match. Right now we've got Sammy in the corner. Solo coming over, looking for a big chop. Gets that chop in. Solo. I don't know what they're chanting. I think there's a little bit of a let's go Sammy kind of a situation. Undercover manager said, it makes me laugh. Everyone keeps calling for a Cody heel turn. But if that happens and then Cena retires, what baby faces have we got at that main event level? I don't mean Uso because that didn't work, said Undercover manager. Sammy's presence has legitimately been the best thing on this show, said LS Dub. The dude carries himself with such spirit. Well, he's benefiting, isn't he, greatly by being in this Canadian crowds. And they're always going to have his back, and it's giving him something to work with. This is where Sammy shines when he gets this kind of support. Sammy going against the ropes, over the top, to the outside, lands on Solo. Solo goes down. Sammy, though, feeling the effects. He's trying to get up. Sammy is surrounded. We got Tonga Loa, we got JC, we got Tala. Sammy is trying to find a way of getting back in the ring. Obviously, those guys don't want to attack Sammy. It would be a DQ. They will, though, if needed. Chop coming in there by Sammy. Over the other side, we got Sammy against the rope. Back elbow there by Sammy. There's Tala. Referee didn't look. Sammy goes down. Sammy goes down. And this thing's going to continue. Ronnie said, WWE fumbled this bad for John to be sent off without some high-quality opponents to solidify his career. There was dates that were wasted. There were shows that could have been built around each appearance. It's a bit sad, says Ronnie. I do hear you. There was a lot of shows earlier this year that were just promos. And, you know, that was it, really. I mean, you'd think each Cena appearance would be like gold, you know? I mean, like, look at this one. He's done a promo, and then he's going to come back and do a match. I mean, every Raw appearance could have been a promo, and then him, you know, confronting someone backstage, or someone confronting him and us doing, like, a match. But with him being heel, I don't think they wanted to do that. Now he's babyface. This is a more giving John Cena. You know, he wouldn't wrestle for those fans as a heel, and chalk that up as another reason why the heel turn sucked. I mean, we definitely got robbed of extra matches that we could have had on those shows. So Sammy down. Okay, they're talking to each other. And I think actually they were talking and like working their way through the match, like they were calling spots. Sammy goes back. Kick coming in, clothesline. I wonder if someone's got a little clip of that. Because there is a moment there where Sammy's down and he's like, wait a minute, Solo. As Solo milks the crowd. And then they're like saying, okay. They're talking again here. Headbutt coming in there by Solo. You see that from John. I mean, John during his matches is blooming chatting away to his opponent, calling spots and whatever. Crowd are chanting, let's go, Sammy. Wyndham said, I hate Cena Logan in Paris. What are your thoughts? I'm not a fan of it personally. From a business point of view, I understand. I mean, as much as we might not like Logan, we understand that he's got a big social media presence. We understand he's got his fans. We understand Logan versus Cena is going to generate interest. I mean, from a business point of view, I get it. But from a do I want to see that match point of view, no, I do not. I think facing John Cena before John Cena retires for good in December, I think every wrestler on the roster would love that opportunity. Trick Williams would love that. Oba Femi would love that. Gunther would love that. Finn Balor would love that. Drew McIntyre would love that. Carmelo would love that. Miz would love that. Like, every wrestler on the roster, if you said to them, would you like to face John before he retires, would snatch your hand off for that opportunity. Whether they've faced him before or not, there'll be some people that have never faced John that would love just the chance to face John, or there's some people that, like The Miz, would love to face John because they have many times before. But, you know, one last time, one final time, kind of goodbye, my friend. I mean, think of The Miz. Do you remember when we had, like, Miz and Maurice against John and Nikki at WrestleMania? Or, you know, we did John and The Miz at 27 with the title on the line. There's been lots of times that they faced each other, and The Miz is just an example. You know what I mean? I just think there's a story to dig into there. There's a history that can be brought up. There's video packages that can be shown. We can sort of reflect on John's career by looking at the different opponents he faces. So, you know, lots of history between him and The Miz. Lots of history between him and CM Punk. Lots of history between him and Randy Orton. And, like, you could dig into those backstories and kind of use this as a way of showing some of the best moments from John's career. And, I don't know, the Logan one, it doesn't do anything for me. It just feels like another example of, like, wrestlers that have worked hard in their careers being denied an opportunity to face the GOAT before he calls it quits. And it's like, you know, there's no way Finn Balor's getting that match now. And there's no way that others are getting that match now because there's only limited dates, isn't there? 1, 2. So, yeah, it's one of those that it works from a business point of view, and there'll be some Logan fans that it works for, but I think the majority of wrestling fans will be like, oh, I wasn't looking for that, to be honest. Shots coming down there by Solo. So, yeah, Wyndham, I hear you, but I hear you. The Jitterman said, my first wrestling moment was at my nan's house. I think it might have been the beginning of Kane, seeing him and Undertaker face to face. Jitterman, shout out to you. That's really cool. That's really cool. What a time to get into wrestling where, like, Kane comes in. Big Boot, one of the greatest stories WWE told, that with Undertaker and his brother, and so good. Exploder. Sammy going over the other side, setting up for the Haluva. Here we go. Sami Zayn urging Solo to get up, but Tonga Loa trying to provide a distraction. People in the crowd on their feet. Exploder again. Another one there by Sammy. Sammy going over the other sides. Here we go. Sammy urging Solo to get up to his feet. He wants to deliver that Haluva, but now JC is getting up. Big shot coming in there by Sammy. Now Tala is getting up. This is Sammy against all of these people. Look, he's saying to Tala, come on, you want some, get in. Tell you what, Tala against Sammy, I'm so down for that match. Super kick there by, I've never thought about that match. Tala Tonga against Sami Zayn. Oh, Samoan Spike misses. 2, 3, Sammy gets it. Sammy gets it. Sammy wins. Wow. He doesn't get the belt. He doesn't get the belt, but Sammy gets the win. Wow. He managed to avoid, God, a rare dub. A rare dub for Sami Zayn. As a Sammy fan, I'm shocked. I'm floored. I'm flabbergasted. Sammy picking up the victory. Their guy, their native son, gets the victory. Sami Zayn picking up the win. Managing to just avoid that Samoan spike. I mean, I wonder if that sets up Sami and Solo for Paris or something, or if this was just a one-off. Here is Charlotte and Alexa. Oh, I thought it'd be nice to get you something for your birthday. You need a stage, people. Okay, this is good. Charlotte's got something for Alexa, and she don't want to give it her there. She wants to do it like in front of people. This is good. Oh my God, this is a creative segment that's not a promo. It's not a match. It's some sort of segment where Charlotte's going to give Alexa a present. Imagine if it's Alexa, this is your life. Alexa did that for Bailey and it was awful, but imagine they do it now and it's good. Oh God, please. Please, I hope this is Alexa, this is your life and it's actually good. That'd be amazing. I hate this. It's a waste of a Cena match, said Wyndham. He's only got 11 dates left and 3 of them will be wasted with Logan. F Triple H for doing it. Wyndham 300 is not happy. Not happy at all. Wrestle Andy said, Daze, when do we think that we'll see The Rock next? Well, I think it's going to have to be a pretty major show, isn't it? So, I mean, it doesn't feel like Paris. I don't think he'll go Australia. So, I mean, I think if we're going to see him, it'll be... I don't think he'd be at Saturday night's main event. He might be backstage, but I don't think he'd want to come out and overshadow John's final moments. So, it's got to be Survivor Series, hasn't it? If not, WrestleMania season, Rumble. Hannah said, this is why I think the Cody should have been heel, as his nickname is the American Nightmare. When Cena leaves, Cody goes back to face, and it is a fresh run again. I think you're flip-flopping though, aren't you? I mean, I think if you're having Cody as a heel, Cody's going to be... you're going to change his music, his connection with the fans. You're changing everything to flip it all back again in January. Like, to me, it's the biggest thing you can do is to change someone's connection with the audience. You know, you're changing the theme. You should be changing their ring gear, theme music, promo style, presentation, wrestling style. They're cheating more in their matches. They're taking shortcuts that they wouldn't have took before. Like, you're changing everything. So it's not a button that I think should just be pressed and pressed and pressed and pressed and pressed. So personally, I wouldn't have turned him heel to then turn him back again in January when Cena's gone. I think if you turned Cody heel, you're committing to it for years. I think it's for the foreseeable, honestly. And then, you know, down the road, 2, 3, 4 years' time, you turn him back again. Otherwise, you start getting into Big Show flip-flop territory where Big Show's face, heel, face, heel, face, heel, face. And people just stop caring at some point when you keep moving them around. It loses its impact. It becomes a meme. It becomes a joke. That's what happened with Big Show. So, yeah, I'm a big believer that if you do it, you should only do it, like, really a few times in someone's career. It should be really rare. Because it just changes absolutely everything. They're going to make Paul a star by making him frog splash John through the announce table. They love that stupid prime shiz, says Wyndham. Thomas said, ESPN sucks. The behind the scenes on the Brock situation will be interesting, said Eric, on Unreal. Yeah, I did see something about that. Is the next Unreal going to focus on... Is the next Unreal focusing on this time period? You ain't getting the answers you hope you're going to get. There we go, the ESPN thing just being mentioned. Unreal 2 will be out in 2026. It was said that some of the filming will be backstage stuff this week. Brock stuff would seem to be part of it if they're covering this time frame. So I honestly, I don't think you're going to find much out. I don't even think we got the truth on the John Cena heel turn. I really don't. If you don't watch Unreal and just watch interviews, you can sort of put some pieces together and get the story. And then the story that they told us on Unreal was different to the story that, if you put the pieces together, you end up with. So I'm not even convinced that the story we were told for the Cena heel turn in Unreal was correct. Oh, hello. We've got, what's this? This is interesting. Here's Howdy. Okay. We're just seeing back on that amazing TLC match. It's so weird hearing Dexter. This is not about fame or glory. Okay. Teasing this is about something bigger than fame, something bigger than glory. Yes, good. The Wyatt story has only just begun. Goods. Yes, let's get back to that. Let's get back to that story, that world, that universe, those characters. The Wyatt story has only just begun. Good. Oh, mate. Look at Candice's leg. I went home and my son cried. Okay, here's Nick Aldis. Mate, that bruise is horrible. What a silly goose I was for thinking you lot have calmed down. That bruise is horrible. I feel really sorry for Candice. Okay, Charlotte Flair is making her way down to the ring. This could be a really interesting segment. I do think there's been a real effort on this show. I mean, big open with Cena. Then, of course, a tag match with JC and Tala, which was okay, but, you know, it establishes that they're going to be moving into that division. Then, of course, Sammy, massive pop. Then, of course, Wyatt 6 promo. Now we've got very interesting segments. The kind of segment that we've been asking for, where it's not a promo, it's not a match, it's something a little different. This is Charlotte with a present, a gift for Alexa. Okay, they're making their way out. Right, it's a birthday surprise, said Thomas. Yes, let's go. Birthday surprise. I'm here for this. We've got balloons. We've got what looks to be a cake. And whenever there's a cake, someone ends up going face first into it. There's some sort of gift as well. Let's have a look. Please be good. Please be good. Please be a good segment. Because I want more of these segments. Give me something to get my teeth into. Ideally, that cake looks lovely. My clash card would be John Logan, Cody Drew, Solo, Sammy, Naomi Stephanie, Roman Punk LA against The Vision, Tala and JC against the Wyatt, said AKF. Right, here we go. You know, Charlotte's in wrestling gear. I decided to share the spotlight. Let's start here with this cake. What does the cake say? Congratulations, Charlotte Flair and Alexa. And Alexa was quite small. So it says, congratulations, Charlotte Flair, and then it's got an Alexa, a small. There's a gift for the both of it. This is going to be more for Charlotte, isn't it? Alexa doesn't quite trust it. She slides it over to Charlotte. Charlotte slides it back. I wonder what, could it be a robe for Alexa, do you reckon? Like a Flair type robe. What is it going to be? Charlotte's opening up the present. What is it? Oh, it's a t-shirt for Lily. It's a We're Not Friends t-shirt for Lily. Is that what it is? Lily needs a tag partner. We're getting another Lily. What are we getting? Barry. Charlie. Oh, God, yeah. I remember this. We've got a Charlie chant. The crowd are chanting Charlie. We're not friends. They're not friends. That is actually a present for Alexa. That's not really a present for Charlotte, is it? That's not enough. What? Alexa's confused and I'm confused. What's this going to be? Is it a hug? You can hug me. Charlotte says you can hug me. Charlotte is going to allow Alexa to hug her, and that is going to prompt hug chants in it. Charlotte says you can hug the Queen. I think they're hoping for hug chants. Hug, 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 hug. Few side steps there by Alexa. She's getting in quite... Oh, no, 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 no. Hug because Chelsea's coming down. Do you know, this is a hot crowd, but I didn't get the impression that that crowd were like really on board with this. There was a little bit of a Charlie chant that broke out. So are we getting Chelsea against Charlotte? Because Charlotte's in her wrestling gear, isn't she? You lot have got me wanting to turn in my passport, says Chelsea. This feels like a segment from 2019 and I don't like it, says Kyle. Yeah, I'm not sure that it was strong enough, to be honest. I think they were hoping the crowd were more into the doll thing than I think they were. But there was a Charlie chant. And I think they were hoping for, like, hug chants. And we didn't really get those. I thought she was going to have a little Charlotte Flair entrance robe for Alexa to start wearing. So she could dress up as the Queen, as her hero, Charlotte. I thought it was going to be something like that. I got one more gift for you, says Charlotte. And that'll be kicking Chelsea's ass tonight. Chelsea says we're busy. She's going to walk away. And here's Nick Aldis along with a referee. What the hell's the ref gone on? Is that happy birthday? I've got a gift. It's a brand new referee. He's got a little bow on. Chelsea and Charlotte then. They're going to have a match. Nick Aldis. Chelsea is livid. She didn't want that to happen. She didn't want that. Right, Joe said somehow Chelsea is going to get that cake in her face. That's a really good point. That is a really good point. Someone's ending up with cake in the face, and with Chelsea out there, I think you've called it, to be honest. I think you've called it. Right, Sammy and Solo, you lot said was good 95. So you weren't blown away with Sammy Solo. So Motor City, good 87. Sammy, good 95. Let's see what Charlotte and Chelsea can do. Right, those dolls are going to sell big, says Ben. I am 2-3 out of 10, says Christopher. Chances are that Brock can't go to Paris, let alone leave the country due to that court case. I think that might be how it works with a court case situation. Well, he's not a defendant, is he? I mean, he's mentioned, but he's not actually being prosecuted. So I don't think that would be a barrier. I think if he was like someone that was, you know, the action was against him, then I would agree. But he's not a defendant in that case. Which is what you hear from a lot of people that were defending Brock. They were like, what's the problem? He's not being sued. He's not being prosecuted. He's not guilty of anything. So what's the problem? But obviously we've covered that. We've gone in a lot of detail with the Brock stuff. Absol said Daze to say, I think Cena's last match could be Rock. Where is The Rock? Don't know that he's available, but word on the street is Cena's last match is Gunther. That's what the streets are saying. Varian said, what best or worst Hogan merch do you have? That's a fun one for the community. What best or worst Hogan merch do people have? I don't think I've got anything that special, to be honest. I've got lots of stuff that's got Hogan's face on it, because obviously he was on a lot of stuff in the 80s. I've got a wrestling spinning tops game where you put like the plastic piece in the corner and you sort of like, I think, pull this cord and it spins it out and the other person does it. And you've got these like spinning tops. And on the top of the bit of plastic one, it's got Hogan and Warrior and all these different people. I wonder actually if I go... No, you can't see it. It lives on the shelf just here. I did wonder if people would be able to see it, but you can't see it. So, yeah, my shelf that I have in the background, it's on there. I've got a talking, you pull the cord and it talks. Sounds nothing like him. Like, you pull the thing and it's like... like that. Can't even make out what it's saying these days. I mean, it is going back to the early 90s, in all fairness. It is like 30-odd years old. Best match would be the Ringside Collectibles American-made Hogan, said Defcon. I've got 5 cans of Hogan's Real American Beer, said Blue Chew. I bought 6, opened 1, consumed a sip, and I said, nope. Oh, really? You didn't like it? Really? They're going to make Logan a star by making him Frog Splash. Do you agree with me? Well, I think they will try and do that spot, yes. I mean, I don't think it's going to make him a bigger star than he kind of already is, but yeah, I can see them doing that spot. Those dolls are going to sell big online, said Ben. James said, Brock, Cena, Crown Jewel in Australia. My guess is they need something big to headline that show, says James. Yeah, could be. Don't know what that crowd's going to react like to Brock, though. It's an English-speaking crowd, isn't it? Australia. So, I am surprised we're not doing it in Paris. Here's Carmelo. Carmelo's knocking on Nick Aldis's door. Oh, here's The Miz. Mello. You just... Takes time. So we got Carmelo and Miz. You're right. Oh, Miz has got a tag match. Okay, Carmelo seems to still be on board. Okay, we're good. So Miz got a tag title opportunity. Oh, right, so he hasn't. He told Carmelo he had, but he hadn't. He's going to try and get that opportunity sorted out right now. Okay, Charlotte Flair, Chelsea Green. Match number 3. Quite close in their ring gear, aren't they? Charlotte goes over and working on the arm. Charlotte has got Chelsea against the ropes. Down goes Chelsea. Charlotte over the other sides. Walks over Chelsea. Kick coming in. But Miz better turn on that guy, said Mash. Chelsea goes outside the ring. Jumps back up as Charlotte comes over. At least they've got Mello on TV, said Spartan. That is true. That is true. Mark said, I've got some yellow signed boots that Hogan wore, and my dad has an 88 shirt. That's great. That's really good. That's really good. You can get loads of really interesting stuff from his shop if ever people were interested in such a thing. He signed loads and loads of stuff. I think Charlotte is going to win this, says Connor. Horse him is absolute bleep, said Chris. Yeah, that is rubbish. Right now, Charlotte getting out the way as the Secret Hervis on the outside are trying to get involved. We got 39 minutes left, and we know what our main event is tonight. Crossbody there by Charlotte. 1, 2. No joy. Coming around the back, grabbing Chelsea. Chelsea with a back elbow. Charlotte's bottoms shorts appear to be a little bit too small. They do seem a bit smaller than usual, don't they? I agree. They seem to be like slipping down a little bit at the side as well. I feel like I'm seeing more hip than I usually do. 1, 2. Charlotte going into that turnbuckle. Oof, she goes straight into that turnbuckle again as Chelsea goes over. Chelsea goes up. Salutes. Charlotte down. There's the Hervis there on the outside. Chelsea is saluting the crowd, listening out. Right. Daze, I think Bronson is going to steal Roman's shoes because he wants to do a shoey with all of Roman's shoes. He is Australian and it is a tradition, says Spartan. That is true. That's a lot of shoes though, isn't it? That'll be a hell of a shoey. Wade on commentary is like, it's just been brought to my attention by the producer that I made a mistake earlier. I'd like to take this opportunity to apologise. It's been pointed out to me that earlier in this broadcast I did refer to Chelsea Green as as Canada's sweetheart. Clearly she is not. So I would like to apologise for that. Chelsea was about to step through the ropes, go to the outside, but Charlotte gets back in. I believe we're at commercial break at the moment. If you are just joining us, main event tonight. John Cena, Cody Rhodes teaming up together to take on Logan and Drew. Kick out there by Charlotte. Apparently all of the autographs at Hogan's Beach sold that were not done by Hogan. Really? Really? I mean, he lived really close to the shop. Be nothing for him to go in and do it. I'd be surprised if they were fake. I'd be surprised if that was a little game he was running, having someone else do the signings for him. Back elbow, Charlotte down. Thad said Brock will come out during the main event. He'll injure Cody. Cody has got to be written off TV to film the movie. Logan was just a way of getting Cena a match tonight. Well, that's apparently they don't need to write off Cody because Roman is going to be filming in the Street Fighter film and it's going to take a month. It's going to take about 4 weeks. And apparently Cody is not needed for even that long. He might be 2 weeks. I think you can go 2 weeks without Cody and it not be a problem. This is not months and months and months. So that's why putting the belt on Cody wasn't a problem. Because if he was gone for a long absence, I'm not sure they would have given the belt to Cody. Charlotte is being kept grounded at the moment. KK said, who is the best? Who do you think is the best, KK? Everyone's got a different opinion as to who the best is. Who do you think's the best, buds? Birthdays, chats. If I made a book of short stories, what kind of stories would people like? Would people in the chat buy that book? I think it would depend, wouldn't it, on the book? I think it's hard, honestly. I think that this is obviously a wrestling community, so I'd imagine the most successful answer would be wrestling. But I don't know that people are looking for stories about wrestling, you know? It's hard, isn't it? That's why, Sonny, I said if you was going to keep doing your poetry, which seems to be getting a really great response, maybe you'd get more joy in like poetry communities and people that talk about poetry and, you know, have a passion for poetry. I've got to think that would be the best place to sell your poetry books. Duck underneath there by Charlotte, cartwheeling over into a clothesline. Chelsea goes down. Sir Sam Miranda said, Days, I cancelled cable because of the price just for sports on ESPN, and I'm having to find streams for them. So the whole WWE ESPN deal is a best of both worlds for $29.99. So you cancelled cable. You cancelled cable just for the sports. So I don't understand. So you've got rid of cable. You just keep ESPN. So you've got ESPN already. So it's going to work for you. Got you. I think that's what you're telling me. Is that you cancelled cable, but you kept ESPN. And now that WWE are going to ESPN, this works well for you. I'm pleased, honestly. I hope it doesn't affect... I hope it affects as few people as possible, but unfortunately there are people out there that don't have ESPN that have now got to spend $30 a month that didn't have that expense before. Sunny, shout out to you, buds. I've been trying to find some poetry communities. Oh, yeah, I'm sure they're out there. I'm sure there's a whole poetry talk, and I'm sure there's like poetry. There must be like poetry reviews and like Reddit chats and things like that. There must be like communities. 1, 2, shoulder up. Wyndham said, I would have taken Miz Cena. At least that would have been something. Right, now we got a shoulder up there by Charlotte. Pollard said our cable is like $120 minimum. $120 a month. $120 a month. Oh, they've ordered the cake. Well... I did enjoy that. They tried to pass the cake in, so Piper grabbed the legs of Alba and she slid Alba in the ring, and Alba had the cake. She was like, she's going to look to deliver an unpretty hurt. Charlotte in trouble. Charlotte reverses. Chelsea goes in. It's Chelsea that is unpretty hurt into the cake. And Joe Tessitore loves it. Joe Tessitore's like, how good is that? Chelsea gets some of the cake and bridges into the figure eights. And there we go. Look, cake everywhere. Chelsea tapping. Charlotte gets the win. Chelsea gets caked. How is that not a disqualification, says Wade Barrett. If that was a steel chair, it would have been a disqualification. There's Alexa. She's just grabbing a piece of cake. Charlotte takes it. I do like how Alexa's like, yeah, no, I don't want to. Oh, she does have some. I thought she just broke a bit off, gave it to Charlotte, and then she was going to be like, oh, no, I'm not eating that. Someone's face has been in it. There we go. God, we've had it all, haven't we? We've had laughs, we've had tears, we've had cake, we've had celebration. It's all happened. Christopher said cable in America, it's way more. A lot of people have had to cut the cord and stream now. Even satellite people have cancelled. Streaming is the future that we're in, said Christopher. David said, bro, SmackDown isn't trash tonight. Am I dreaming? I think they have tried to really put on a solid show. I don't know how people are going to feel about it. The first two matches both getting good 87, good 85. I'm not sure that last match is going to get much. So I don't think this is anything mind-blowing, but they certainly put some effort in. Here's Tiffany. Here's Jade. Jade approaching Tiffany. So, yeah, I agree with you. It's not garbage. The story might be different, but the outcome will always be the same, says Tiffy. Oh, here's Kiana and Julia. So, Kiana said, if you are interested in getting that title, give me a call. Here's Michin. Oh, Michin seems interested. Michin seems interested in joining up with Julia. Michin just came up to... that was interesting. She just went up to Jade and she was like, are you going to do anything with that? And Jade's like, no. She's like, thank you. I might give her a call. I might get myself a title opportunity. Yeah. Well, she's interested in giving it a call, seeing if she can get a match with Julia. But the way that Kiana's handing these numbers out, I wouldn't be shocked to see that become a group. You know, that be a stable. Maybe Jade joins, maybe Michin joins. Food for thought. Right, 27 minutes left to go. Do we think Brock will retire at SummerSlam since it'll be in Minnesota, says Starkiller? Don't know. Don't care. Maybe. Ben said, Daze, what would we do if you was given that card by Kiana? I'd call it. I would call it. The first 40, I'd be like, should we go for a drink and see if we can just work this out? Like, maybe have a conversation. She'd be like, yeah, where would you like to go? And we'd just sort it out. And then I'd just spend the whole night hitting on her. Because, honestly, I'm a man. I'm basically scum. And I'm going to take any opportunity that presents itself. What can I tell you? I wish I was better than that. Wyndham said, do we think we'll see Roman at Raw next week? Don't know, actually, because he's announced for the 19th, and I think he's announced for the 26th, but I haven't heard that he's announced for next Monday. Trini said, I love the honesty. Well, gotta be honest, don't you? Gotta be honest. Otherwise, what are we even doing here, eh? Daisy's going to take Kiana for beans on toast. Oh, you got to work to that. That's not a first date. That's like when things are getting serious, you know. That's when things are getting serious. Just for a drink first. James said, Daisy, you're only human after all. It's true. It's true. Rest of Danny said, Daisy would take Kiana for crumpets and try and sell her some Hensy coin. Oh my God. Imagine that. I've got a whole presentation about the direction that Hensy coin is going to move over the next 5 years. I'm just pleased for her. She doesn't have to tolerate me, to be honest. For those that read my third book, what was your favourite poem, says Sonny. Leo said Roman, Punk, Brock against Seth, Bronson. Old Heyman guys against new Heyman guys. I love beans on toast, said Opala. Just needs a runny egg. Not against that. Hannah said, you are the Panani master. After all, so flirting with Kiana is right up your alley. Yeah. No problem for me. Sounds like a good night out. Sounds horrific for her, though. Taker 1990 said, Days with Gunther injured indefinitely. Is it possible that Brock Cena could be Cena's final match? Well, I don't know how long he's out for. I don't know what indefinitely translates to in regards to months. So, I mean, yes, there is a chance. I mean, the only thing I would say is Cena Brock feels like it's going to happen relatively soon. I'm surprised it's not Paris. So, I don't know. Is that something we're going to stretch out? I mean, surely we move on to some other people. So, would that mean that we just stretch out Brock to the end? Or would it mean we do the match and then do it again? Don't know. It still feels to me like his final match will be against someone different. Unless we're going to string the Brock match all the way to December. Right, John Cena is the cover star of People. John Cena, more than a tough guy. The superstar gets vulnerable. He's vulnerable. I mean, I wonder if you did bring Brock out tonight. That would surprise me. I don't think people are necessarily expecting Brock right now. Here's Alistair. I believe I can use violence to stop greater violence from happening, says Alistair. Oh, that chair shot was crazy. I am not an eye for an eye kind of guy. I am an eye for a life kind of guy. Oh, he's got a hairline fracture in his jaw, apparently. Okay. Little promo from Aleister Black. There's John Cena backstage. Is he going to bump into someone? John sees... Oh, okay. Wow. He's bumped into Ron Killings. They're kind of moving at the exact same moment, same time. If you're back, I'm back. Are we getting our truth back? Cena says to Ron, do you remember you tried to make that kid cry in Brussels? Do you remember you were going to ruin wrestling? Did you really think that was going to work? Dude, that's... That's just not even words. I hope we're getting our truth back, though. I'd love our truth back. Our truth did say, if you're back, I'm back. Dude, that might be the best part of the show so far tonight. That might be the best part of the show. Logan Paul making his way down. Boos for Logan because he sucks. Our Truth is going to be a clown again. I hope so. I hope they've had a word and said, look, Truth, we just can't find anything creative for you to do, being like moody. Now we've got John back. There's no need for you to be moody. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, here's Drew. We got 19 minutes, and obviously we're going to get ad breaks and long entrances and all the shenanigans you would expect. Cena and Cody versus Logan and Drew. Dun, dun, dun. Right. Anyone else think that Alistair is still missing something in the ring? Just doesn't float my boat, said the Thrifting Grahams. Well, honestly, I'd love to see more of him in the ring. I think he needs a couple of like banging matches, but I mean, to be honest, we haven't seen much out of him, have we? I mean, what we've seen out of him in the ring so far, which is not much, there's nothing that's kind of blown my mind. But there's not much to judge, really, to be honest, at the moment. Right, commercial break is where we are. Daze, do we think Alistair Damien might happen at Clash? It could do, Connor. Yeah, could do. I can't give you a reason why it couldn't. James said, why can't we have both R-Truth and Ron Killings? R-Truth for backstage comedy segments and then Ron Killings in the ring being more serious. Suppose we could. Suppose we could. Could be that he laughs and jokes backstage and then he's like there's a moment where, you know, people are making fun of him and he's just like, dude, don't. That other side of me is still here, you know. I can show you if you want. Suppose you could find a way of blending them. Yeah. It's a good shout. Prince Bowie said, this should be good. First 48 Gaming said, I think we're going to see Brock every time we see Cena. Wrestle Rants said, we'd absolutely better get some Cena Truth segments. Well, I'm really pleased they got something there, to be honest. I'm really pleased they were able to get some sort of... Could you imagine if we never got another Cena R-Truth segment before Cena went? So I'm pleased that we were able to do something there. And yeah, we could get something more. I mean, they've done matches, haven't they? I mean, what else can they do, really? They've faced each other this year. We've done Cena versus R-Truth. They've faced each other. I mean, they could team together. But I don't know. We're running out of matches. We're running out of time. I think the time to have done John and R-Truth as a team, I sort of feel like that's maybe that opportunity might have passed us. But I don't know. Let's see. Imagine if Ron Killings shows up at Clash in Paris and screws John against Logan, says Connor. Mash said, bring in Rusev and Alistair is rubbish. The roster is already bloated. You're just bringing them in for no reason. Just to diss AEW, said Mash. Ben said, best segment of the night. Would you leave us for a job with WWE? It depends, honestly. I think working with WWE would be really special, wouldn't it? But, I mean, it would really depend as to what that was. So, but it ain't happening anyway. So, don't need to worry about it. It would have to be something pretty good, to be honest, because I do love doing this. Rusev Black has been fine. They've put on some good matches, said BG. Brock lives in Bigfoot country, said Thomas. I would rather have Ethan on the main roster than Black or Rusev, said Prince Bowie. Days, if WWE needs merch sales to go up, they need to sell that Naomi scooter. Let's go. Opala said, my dream is and will always be John Cena, Rey Mysterio. Yes, that's a great shout. I'd definitely be down for seeing that match. Definitely down for, doing that. Yeah. It's kind of hitting, isn't it? We know that we just don't have long left. We know that we're running out of dates. I think the realization is starting to come through that we're just not going to get a chance to really do every match we ideally would like to see. So every date matters. Every appearance matters. I really like the fact that we're doing a match here and it's not just the opening promo. Get your money's worth out of him. He's giving it, we're getting 10 after this or 11 after this, and that's it. That's it. It'll soon be 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Done. Gone. Everyone crying. Here's John. I think SmackDown has been strong, said Big Time. It blew Raw out of the water in quality and better pacing and structure. Thoughts? Yes, I think this has been a better show. I think the in-ring has been lacking once again. I mean, I can tell you Motor City, JC, Tala, good 87. Sammy Solo, good 95. Charlotte, Chelsea, got the score about to appear on screen. It's another goods. It is going to be good 94. So, and there was quite a few people that were not massively feeling the present segment. There's quite a few people that I don't think are giddy about John Cena Logan being announced for Clash in Paris. So, I mean, it's better, but do you know what? I would say that this is a perfectly acceptable average sort of show. If we were to get a show like this on a weekly basis, like, I think that would be absolutely fine. So, yeah, I'm not down on this show. I think this is a perfectly acceptable show, but I don't think it's anything that's, like, special or mind-blowing or anything that's, like... I just think it's better than maybe where we've been in 2025. I'd agree with the pacing. I think we've kept the show moving. We haven't really got stuck on anything too long. I agree with you. Big main event as well, this, in all fairness, isn't it? John Cena, Cody Rhodes teaming together to take on Drew and Logan. Like, this could be a Saturday night's main event. This could be, you know, this could be Paris if it had a big enough build. I mean, was it Bad Blood? We did Cody and Roman as a tag team. I mean, this is just as big as that. Cody and Cena. So, I mean, you're getting a massive main event here. And I'd imagine this match is going to be good. So, perhaps that will boost the score further. There we go. Look, Cody saw Trinidad Flag Guy and he was like, yep. I thought he was going to give it to Trinidad Flag Guy. Instead, he gave it to a kid. Trinidad Flag Guy was right there, Cody. He was right there. Fair play to Trinidad Flag Guy, though. He was like, give it this, kids. Give it this, kids. Otherwise, I think Cody would have been like, there you go. There you go, Trinidad Flag Guy. The real goat of the wrestling stands. Because where's Green Shirt Guy? Is he in the crowd? Nope. Nope. Just turns up for the big PLEs, doesn't he? Trinidad Flag Guy's there tonight, putting in the work. This is a job. It requires commitment. And that commitment is being put in by Trinidad Flag Guy. Goat. Flipping goat, mate. Should have got the weight belt from Cody. Because I've never seen that kid before. That kid does no work. I haven't seen him at any PLEs. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. John Cena bouncing around on the outside as Cody goes against the ropes. Shoulder tackle down goes... oh, hello. Cartwheel there by Cody. Logan down. We got 10 minutes. Obviously, we're going to have a commercial break. James said Green Shirt Guy never does the international shows. Well, we should do all shows internationally then. Let's do all shows internationally, and then he's going to have a decision to make, isn't he? What if he's like an awful person and he can't go international? Did we ever think about that? Did we ever think about that? What if he's a wrong un? What if he was on Epstein's Island? I don't know, do I? I don't know the guy. Right now we've got Logan. Oh, being slammed down. Cody Rhodes. Big Time said the Charlotte Alexa pairing is a bit weird. The chemistry just isn't there. It doesn't feel organic. I'm not sensing the chemistry, says Big Time. I think sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I've seen some interviews with them that have been quite good, but then, I don't know, I just think that creatively, what we gave them today wasn't the best. So I saw a bit of pushback in the chat from that segment. I was really into the idea of them doing something different, but it is hard to write those segments and make them really compelling. I sort of feel like that segment was maybe aimed more for kids. A couple of lily dolls, cake, usual stuff, you know. It would be lovely if we could write something like that that was genuinely funny. You know, there's sometimes, you know, in like kids' movies where they have jokes that the adults enjoy as well. You know, there's some fun bits in there that if you're a kid, you love it. But if you're an adult, oh, God, no, actually, it was quite witty. It didn't feel like it kind of hit that segment, which is a real shame because I wouldn't be down on those types of segments for those. Just because we haven't written any good ones. We've got the wrong camera angle. I can hear that Logan has done something on the outside, but I don't know what. Because the camera didn't show us. Now we're seeing a replay. Yeah, we got the wrong camera angle there. So it was a clothesline by Logan. Drew goes over to the corner. Even them winning the tag titles, I think they needed more of a chase. Sell the dynamic for a few weeks. Well, I agree. I did in my predictions say I thought they would go Raquel and Roxanne just to give Charlotte and Alexa a little bit of a setback. Maybe tease the turn a little bit more. I think that, you know, show that they are actually stronger than what you think. Give them like a setback and show that as a team they can actually overcome that setback. So yeah, I agree. I personally was down for them losing at SummerSlam and getting them the rematch, maybe Paris or Australia. But I don't know. They've gone this way, and let's see how it goes. There's enough people on board with it for it to be a success at the moment. I'll tell you this, though. I just can't buy anything until I get paid. Next week said that's what she said. I need to catch up with some bills, said that's what she said. I can understand that, but picture in picture, said Thomas. As the tag match happened, it's underway now, but it's picture in picture at the moment. We're at commercial break for another minute 15. At the moment, Cody and Logan are in the ring. They haven't left much time for this, have they? Daze the Wyatts have to start cutting promos in the ring, said My Phenomenal Figures. Well, maybe they do, yes. It was good to hear them saying that the story for them is only just beginning, so kind of hopeful that we're going to get something juicy coming our way soon. We Want Cena is the champ by the crowds. Imagine if Cena turns heel again tonight and they all beat him down, then Brock comes out and saves Cena with R-Truth. My head would hurt. I'd be like, hang on, what have we just seen? In the space of 5 minutes, what's just happened? Okay, Drew is in there with Cody. Are we back from the commercial break yet? No, 12 seconds, guys. We're back in 12 seconds. Drew is in there with Cody. Suplex. Drops him down. Obviously, we'll be doing opinions video, so you can share your thoughts, your opinions. Okay, we are back. Drew trying to make the tag. Cody trying to make the tag. Trini said, can we not discuss bills? This is my safe space, and I don't want to start just randomly cursing people out, says Trini. Tag is trying to make the tag. They're trying to reach their fingertips away from each other. Cody in the corner. Drew charges in. He goes into the ring post, crashes to the outside. Can they get their beloved John Cena? R-Truth is trending right now. I think that R-Truth segment's been well received. Tag made there by Cody. In comes John. Against the ropes. Shoulder box. Swing and a miss there by Logan. Cena plants Logan down and he's going to do the 5-knuckle shuffle. Crowd going crazy. Logan, middle of the ring. Cena. You can't see me. Cena against the ropes. Bang. Picks up Logan and bang. AA looking for the pin. 1, 2. And Drew makes the save. So we did a big you can't see me 5-knuckle shuffle. It's Drew that makes the save. Drew is looking to charge in. There's Cody. Cody, clothesline. Drew goes to the outsides. Cody against the ropes. Through the ropes. Lands on top of Drew. Drew goes down. That leaves Logan. Oh, low blow. DQ. DQ. Low blow by Logan. Logan jumping out the ring, going after Cena. It looks like Logan and Cena are going to the back. That's going to leave Drew and Cody, which is kind of interesting. That's going to leave Drew and Cody. I mean, the bell has sounded, so the match is over. So is this the next challenge for Cody? Cody is stripping the commentary table. Cody looking out at the crowds. Oh, he gets nailed with the belt. Drew nails Cody with the belt. Drew looking at that WWE Championship. Yeah, this feels like next, doesn't it? This feels like this is what is next. Drew looking at that WWE Championship. He's been so distracted in 2025. Yeah, he's just taking a moment there to look at that championship. You can see Cody down over by the commentary table. He looks over at Cody, and I think there's going to be a Claymore. Oh, my God! Just drove Cody through that commentary table. Oh, my God! Solid wooden front. Ah! I don't think it's the thickest wood in the world, but still look really good. Still look really brutal. Mate, message sent. You knew this was coming, says Drew. Good. Good. I'm definitely here for Drew Cody feuds. He's going to kiss him. Kiss him. He should have kissed him. He should have gone, I'm Brandy. You're Cody and we've got a baby. Good night, sweetheart. Good night, sweet prince. Do you want breakfast in the morning, Cody? Is that weird? I don't know. It could have been weird. It's hard, and it's hard to know. Is that the line? I'll see you on the bus, Cody. Damn, I need the XXX premium gold version for that kissing parts. Yeah, it was really sensual. It was really... It's one of the sexiest things I've ever seen. My score for SmackDown just went through the roof. because things just got weird, and I love that for us. No, good end, actually. I thought that looked pretty good, to be honest. It had a good, satisfying sound to it as well. Let us know what you ranked, said Blue Will Sign. People getting in their thoughts. Let's get the poll up, shall we? What people thought about that main event match. Just because the ending was the best thing, the show's still like a 4.5, said Christopher. Well, we will do the we will do that now. Daze, is there a replica you wish WWE had made that haven't? The first one, the Buddy Rogers one. I don't understand why WWE have never made a replica of their very first championship. Their first WWE championship, the Buddy Rogers one. I had to buy a replica version of it. I've shown it before. I don't know if I put it back, actually. But it's kind of like not in good condition. Have I got it over there? Oh, yeah, I do. Everyone going with winged eagles to WWE shows. There's me with this. Yeah! It weighs a ton as well. This is a proper thick kind of front metal plate. Yeah! Yeah, this is the very first WWE Championship from 1963. It's Buddy Rogers' belt. It's just, honestly, it's got like all this glue that's kind of, this bit has actually come away. It's not made by WWE, this is just some company that have churned it out, but yeah, you can even see Buddy Rogers on the front. He was the first champ, WWE champion. And I don't know why WWE have not made a replica of that. You can now, for the very first time, I said this the other day, you can now get Mattel making a little replica of it. Mattel are actually making a figure that comes with, I think it's a Bruno figure that comes with a little tiny version of that belt. So I don't know why WWE can't make them if Mattel can. But that is... that's the belt when WWE broke away from the NWA. That's the belt that they didn't have their own title. Their champion before that was the NWA champion. So that meant that whoever was the NWA world champion, that was also the WWE champion. And so when they left the NWA in the early 60s, they needed their own belt and they didn't have one. And Buddy Rogers, who was working with them, was like, well, I've got one at home. It is a United States Championship, but we can use that if you want. And they were like, yeah, we'll just put a little thing over the front that says World Champion. So that's why the main plate is... I've shown it before, I'm sure you've heard the story before. But that's why the front plate is in the shape of America. There's Florida. There's Texas at the bottom. So that's why it's in the shape of that. And you can sort of see it says World Champion, and it looks like that's just bolted on. That's because underneath it says United States Champ, but they slapped that little plate on the top. And so this was a United States Championship that they just tried to pass off as a World Championship. And of course, you know, as time went by, they got a different belt, whatever. But this is the very first WWE Championship. And I think it's a really cool item to have. Like, I've never seen anyone at a show with a replica of this. I've never seen anyone at a show walking around with... Do you know what I mean? If I was going to do that, if I was going to be one of those belt guys that took replicas, this is what I'm taking. Like that. And if you know, you know. And you might even get people going, what belt's that? And you'd be like, what belt's that? Have you ever heard of a company called WWE? So there we go. But unfortunately, it's trash. It's garbage, and the glue on the back is just flipping seeping through, and it's awful. And now it's flipping everywhere. So if WWE made it, it might have some quality behind it. So yeah, I wish they made that personally. I don't even know if they've ever made the Bruno belt, the one that it kind of became. It turned into like this blue belt with like a plate that was kind of like a rectangle. Bit like the AEW belt, but imagine if the strap was blue and it was a bit different. I don't think they've even done that. They've just got no love for the 60s and the 70s. They just have got no love for that time period, so yeah, personally that. I'm trying to think if they've ever done any replicas of like some of the old, like, you know, like the women's championship that Wendy Richter had and things like that. I'm not sure. So I can't imagine days when someone... I could imagine days when someone asked him what belt that is. Well, let me tell you something, brother. Could you imagine how bored the person would be if they asked me that question? Imagine if I had that and I'm just walking around and someone goes, oh, what's that belt? I'd be like, blah, 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 blah. Jesus Christ, I regret asking. In my mind, they're just slowly backing away like this. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll be with you in a second. Well, it was lovely talking to you. No, but I've got other things to tell you. It doesn't matter. I've got a life to live. Thank you, though. Thank you. I do regret asking. So this is why it's best I don't go out and I just stay here and talk to you guys. Oh, Ben, shout out to you. I hope Brock doesn't interrupt or cost Cena the match clash in Paris. Looks like WWE are going to start to screw up Cena. I hope WWE don't use Cena now to shield the overly hyped superstars. Well, if you've got some thoughts, hot takes, you can send your feedback now. Feedback required. What did you think about SmackDown? Let's see what people thought, shall we? What did you think about SmackDown? I've put that up on social media. Leave your thoughts over there, and I will be doing a video on that tonight. Of course, we will also be doing Unseen. I'll have an Unseen for you tomorrow as well. I don't know what we're doing over the weekend. It'd be good if WWE put up a retro watch-along for Sunday, but I haven't seen one yet. I'll have to have a look, see if they've got anything planned. But, yeah, there's no wrestling, there's no boxing. There is UFC, but it's a small show. So, don't feel like that's worth doing, to be honest. So, don't know what we'll do over the weekend, but I'm sure we'll end up doing something. So, yeah, appreciate the support as always. Hope you guys, well, I didn't think this was a bad show by any means. So, I hope you got something from this. Who won out of Cody and John, Logan Drew? It was Cody and John. It was a DQ. Good 93 for that main event. People weren't blown away by it. Didn't have much time, did it, to be honest? It didn't have much time at all. Not when you think that they had to do that kind of angle afterwards, but the R-Truth moment was good. And I don't think any of the matches were, like, actively bad. So, yeah. Okay, there we go. Thanks a lot for watching. Have a great evening wherever you are. Really appreciate the support. Of course, we're back Monday for Raw, but there'll be plenty of things on the channel before then. So, thanks for watching. Have a good evening. Bye for now.